The ocean does not forget. Across centuries, men built ships so vast, they carried empires on their decks, hulls of steel that swallowed harbors, guns that shook the horizon, and names that promised immortality. Yet every warship, no matter its might, faced the same silence in the end. Some were struck down in fire, others slipped quietly into the dark, but all left behind the same unease. How can something so large, so certain, vanish so completely? Records speak of fleets that never returned, hulls that bent in ways no engineer could explain, and vessels that lingered on the waves, long after their crews were gone. The water remembers each one. It keeps the outlines, the echoes, the weight of iron settling into silt. And when we listen closely, it feels as though the sea is still rehearsing their stories, retelling them in whispers of steel and tide. So before we begin, tell me, where are you listening from, and what hour glows on your clock? Leave it below. Tonight, we do not analyze tactics, nor recount battles won and lost. Tonight, we drift with the giants, history's largest warships, and we watch how even they were folded back into the ocean's keeping. In the annals of naval history, few names loom larger than HMS Victory. Launched in the 18th century, she was a leviathan of oak, bristling with cannons that roared across Trafalgar. But long before her timbers were preserved as a relic, sailors swore she carried more than the weight of empire. They wrote of her decks groaning in still water, timbers creaking in rhythm as if the ship herself breathed. Lanterns swung without wind, shadows bent in the gun ports, and some men whispered that the ship had grown conscious of the countless deaths she bore into the sea. When she was finally retired, stripped of battle, and set to rest, guards reported footsteps on her empty decks. They said the cannons shifted ever so slightly, as though awaiting a command that would never come. To stand aboard her at night was to feel a presence larger than oak or iron, a memory that refused to be dismantled. The ship was never sunk, never broken, yet many swore she had already slipped beneath, living half in history, half in the depths she once ruled. The German battleship Bismarck was said to embody invincibility. Her armor deflected shell after shell, her guns outranged nearly every rival, and her presence alone unmoored strategies across the Atlantic. Yet when she fell, she did so in a manner that unsettled even her pursuers. Survivors recalled how the ship's engines groaned, not like failing machinery, but like a wounded animal resisting its last breath. Observers swore her massive hull lingered above the waves longer than physics should have allowed, as though she were refusing the pull of gravity itself. When at last she surrendered to the depths, sonar reports later told of echoes that refused to die. Soundings struck her hull and came back distorted, stretched in time, as though the wreck did not lie silent, but continued to move in its own slow rhythm. Divers who approached in later years described the sensation of pressure, not just of water, but of presence, an enormity that seemed to lean back against them. The Bismarck did not simply sink, she carried her final battle with her, playing it endlessly in the deep. Then there was the Japanese Yamato, the largest battleship ever built, a floating fortress so immense her decks looked like cities adrift. She was designed as an empire's statement, a warship too large to imagine defeat. Yet in her final hours, witnesses recorded something that should not have been possible. As bombs fell and fire rose, sailors on nearby destroyers claimed to see the horizon bend around her. The sky appeared warped, as if pulled inward by the sheer weight of her demise. When she rolled and vanished beneath boiling sea, the shockwave carried more than thunder. Men aboard rescue ships described their hearts racing out of rhythm, as though the very beat of their blood had been pulled into sync with the battleship's last plunge. Divers decades later swore her wreck radiated not light, not sound, but a pulse, faint yet undeniable, like the heartbeat of an iron leviathan buried alive. Those who lingered too long surfaced trembling, convinced they had been inside the memory of a ship still refusing to rest. To speak of the Yamato is not to recall history. It is to recall the moment the sea swallowed something that even nations could not carry forever. USS Arizona still rests beneath Pearl Harbor, her decks hidden, but never gone. On that morning of fire, she absorbed a blast so violent that steel became flame, men and ship vanishing together. Yet the silence that followed has never lifted. Divers who descended afterward spoke of bubbles rising, not in random streams, but in patterns, like words unspoken. Even today, oil seeps from her hull in slow beads that rise to the surface and scatter like prayers, too faint to reach the air. Visitors standing above her memorial report, hearing faint metallic groans, though no current disturbs the wreck. Some say it is the ship still burning, still releasing fragments of that morning. Others believe the oil itself carries memory, each droplet an echo of voices, once locked within steel. To watch it drift upward is to feel time folding, as though the Arizona has not sunk but waits in a moment, stretched endlessly across water. The Soviet Kursk was not built in the age of iron leviathans, yet her fall still feels mythic. A submarine, vast and armoured, she carried enough firepower to fracture fleets. But when disaster struck in the Barents Sea, the silence that followed unnerved even those who hunted her. Rescue teams reported sonar pings that seemed to come back doubled, an echo answering from within the hull, as though the ship itself were knocking in reply. Divers who finally reached her wreck swore the steel felt warm beneath their gloves, despite the freezing water. Inside, the air pockets held silence too thick, too complete, like a room already sealed by the weight of history. Even after her remains were raised, crews tasked with dismantling her refused to stay long. They claimed the compartments hummed faintly, not from machinery, but from memory itself. The Kursk was not simply lost. She remained suspended, as if unwilling to join the sea, unwilling to surrender the last message she still carries. France's pride, the battleship Richelieu, was said to carry elegance as much as power. Her lines curved like sculpture, her guns thundered with precision, and she seemed too graceful to be broken. Yet when she finally fell into disuse, rust streaking her sides, sailors swore she aged unnaturally fast. Plates buckled, not with time, but with something heavier. Visitors noted how her decks warped in ways that suggested not collapse but bending, as though the ship were slowly folding into another shape unseen. Photographs taken months apart showed lines that did not match, rails drifting by inches, shadows falling differently than they should. By the time she was dismantled, crews swore she felt hollow, lighter than her mass, as though much of her had already slipped into some place the eye could not follow. They said she was not scrapped, but erased, her image fading even while men still worked her decks. To speak of the Richelieu is to speak of absence disguised as steel. Tell me this. If you stood aboard the Tirpitz tonight, alone under the stars, what would you hear? Some claim silence. Others swear the fjords still carry her groan, like iron remembering pressure. She was called the lonely queen of the north, hidden among icy shadows, stalked by planes she could not see. When she finally broke apart, witnesses said her explosion cracked the sea in half. For hours afterward, the fjord hummed, a vibration too steady to be mere echo. Divers who later traced her wreck spoke of entering a cathedral of silence, where each beam felt alive, listening. They swore the water itself pressed them back, as though the Tirpitz resented intrusion. If you close your eyes now, listening from wherever you are, imagine that hum rising in your chest, the sea reminding you that a queen never truly abdicates. And now picture the Hood, pride of Britain, called the Mighty Hood. Crowds gathered to cheer her launch, yet her ending was a single shudder, a single flame. She vanished into the Denmark Strait, leaving survivors haunted by a sound they never forgot. They said it wasn't an explosion, it was a sigh, long and final, as if the ship herself had breathed out one last time. Even in later decades, sailors crossing that strait reported hearing a low exhale on calm nights, a breath that did not belong to wind or man. If you are listening with headphones, lean in. Imagine that exhale slipping between the waves, carrying a reminder that strength never guarantees survival. The Hood may be gone, but the sea still remembers the breath she gave back. Now ask yourself, what does absence weigh? The Italian battleship Roma New, struck by guided bombs in 1943, she erupted not just in fire, but in light so fierce men, on distant decks, shaded their eyes. Survivors swore her shape lingered against the horizon, even after she broke apart, like a shadow still etched into vision. When divers reached her resting place, they spoke of outlines glowing faintly, too dim to capture on film, yet too clear to dismiss. Locals along the Sardinian coast whisper that on certain nights, a pale silhouette drifts offshore, silent and immense, as if the Roma still tests whether she belongs to history or to memory. Tell me, if you saw such a shape rising from black water, would you believe it was light, or would you believe it was the sea showing you its archive? Have you ever stood at a shoreline at dusk and felt the weight of something larger staring back? That is how sailors spoke of the Yamashiro, Japan's ill-fated battleship. She fought at Surigao Strait, trapped by fire on every side, her decks glowing like a furnace. Yet survivors from opposing ships swore they saw something stranger, shadows that moved along her superstructure, long after flames should have driven every man below. Figures walked the rails, steady, deliberate, untouched by fire. When she rolled and vanished, the sea fell unnaturally calm, as though it had swallowed not just steel, but silence itself. Even decades later, fishermen in those waters claim their lanterns dim without warning, their nets tugged by unseen hands. They whisper that the Yamashiro still drifts just beneath, her crew walking endlessly across a deck no longer afloat. Listen closely. The American carrier Lexington, Lady Lex, went down in the Coral Sea, with grace that unnerved even her enemies. Survivors recalled the deck alive with smoke and screams, yet the ship herself seemed calm, almost patient. As she slipped beneath, sailors swore they felt the current pause, as if the sea itself held its breath to receive her. When divers discovered her wreck in 2018, 2 miles down, they found gun turrets still facing outward, as if waiting for an order. Screens showed the name Lexington clear, painted letters unblurred by time. Some watching said it felt wrong, as though the ship had been expecting them. Imagine that for a moment, steel that waits, patient as a guardian, untouched by years. Would you feel awe or unease, knowing something that immense could still greet you after so long? The Royal Oak, resting in Scapa Flow, was no ordinary wreck, torpedoed in darkness. She carried hundreds of men into the cold in an instant. Yet those who dive to her today speak of something uncanny. They say the water feels thicker around her hull, sound muffled, vision dimmed, as if the ship insists the world above must tread gently here. Navy divers, even seasoned ones, report hearing faint bells tolling in their headsets. Though no bells were ever found, some refuse to enter her compartments at all, convinced they are intruding on a place still occupied. And above her every year, oil still leaks in slow black ribbons. Locals call it the ship's tears. If you were there now, leaning over the memorial waters, would you see oil, or would you see the surface breaking into messages the sea still tries to deliver? Close your eyes for a moment, and imagine the roar of the Musashi, sister to the Yamato. She was the pride of Japan, armed to the teeth, armored beyond reason. Yet, when American bombers found her, it was not just destruction, it was revelation. Sailors on nearby ships said the water around her seemed to vibrate, a trembling that ran into their bones. The Musashi took dozens of direct hits, yet refused to surrender, listing and righting herself again and again, as though unwilling to bow. Only when her hull broke apart did the trembling cease, leaving a silence so sudden it unnerved even those who had struck her. Divers decades later swore her wreck still trembled faintly, a vibration they could feel in their chest, but not record on instruments. Some insist she has not settled. She is still fighting, one heartbeat at a time. Now, consider the USS Indianapolis. You may know her story for tragedy. The torpedoes, the men cast into black water, the sharks circling in silence. But listen closer. Survivors spoke of the ship herself in those final moments, tilting into the Pacific, like a giant exhaling. They said the sea took her too quickly, as though it had been waiting, rehearsing the motion of her fall. In the days that followed, rescue planes reported patches of water strangely still, as if the surface had been pressed flat by a massive hand. When her wreck was discovered decades later, explorers noted the ship's bones lay arranged, not like a scatter of ruin, but with eerie order, her bow pointing true, her stern resting as if placed deliberately. Was it chance, or was the ocean itself composing her final posture? And finally, the French Jeanne Bart, half finished when war reached her. A ship both incomplete and unstoppable. She fought with only a fraction of her strength, her guns unfinished, her systems raw, yet sailors swore she carried herself with presence far beyond her steel. When she was finally decommissioned, dismantled piece by piece, workers claimed her parts resisted, bolts refused to loosen, plates bent tools, sparks leapt from metal, as if the ship herself rejected disassembly. In ports nearby, fishermen told of hearing deep groans rolling through the water. Long after her hull was gone, they said it sounded like a ship still straining to live, still insisting it was not yet finished. Perhaps some vessels do not end with wreckage or memory. Perhaps they linger in resistance, refusing the silence of the sea until the very last rivet is gone. We have walked among giants already, Yamato and Musashi, Hood and Bismarck, vessels that seemed too immense to vanish, yet were folded back into the sea. Their stories remind us that size does not grant immunity, only a louder silence, when the water finally claims them. Now we drift deeper into the record, to ships that carried the same scale, the same arrogance of steel, and met the same quiet fate. The American Missouri, mighty Mo, did not sink in battle, yet her presence carries an unease of its own. She was where Japan surrendered, her decks the stage for the end of a world war, but sailors who later served aboard whispered of a weight that clung to her rails. They said footsteps echoed differently at night, as if the ship still carried every voice of that ceremony. Some claimed the surrender itself etched into her steel, binding her forever to an ending too immense to release. When she was finally retired, crews stationed at her memorial described hearing faint strains of music drifting from the deck, a march that stopped when they tried to trace it. Was it memory, or was the Missouri reminding the world she was not just a battleship, but the witness to an empire's last breath? The British Vanguard was the final battleship ever built for the Royal Navy. She never saw combat, yet her sheer bulk made her a paradox, designed for a kind of war already vanishing. Sailors described her as restless. Engines thrummed louder than necessary, gears whined at night, and some officers swore the hull shivered, even in calm water. When she was struck from service, workers dismantling her claimed the ship seemed to resist, bolts snapping tools, sparks leaping like protests. One engineer recorded in his notes, "She does not wish to go." To stand beside her rusting frame was to feel that resistance, the stubborn presence of a vessel designed to fight, but never given the chance. Sometimes the sea does not need to sink a warship. Sometimes it lets time gnaw, until the ship itself seems to unravel in protest. The carrier Akagi, Japan's flagship at Pearl Harbor, burned into history not just for what she did, but for how she ended. At Midway, struck and aflame, she drifted for hours, her decks alive with fire. Survivors reported that her guns discharged on their own, shells cooking off in a rhythm that sounded almost like words shouted into the sky. When she finally slipped beneath, rescue crews swore they saw the flames continue underwater, fire that did not drown, but glowed faintly as the hull descended. Decades later, when her wreck was found, divers reported scorch marks still visible on the steel, marks that should have long been erased by corrosion. They said it was as if the Akagi had preserved her last hours, unwilling to let the flames fade. Some even claimed their lights dimmed inside her hangars, as though the ship still carried smoke. Imagine that, a ship that remembers not just her victories, but the very sound of her own burning. The German Graf Zeppelin was a warship that never truly lived, an aircraft carrier laid down with ambition, but left incomplete. Yet, sailors who visited her rusting hull in port spoke uneasily of the decks. They said the wind across her hangars whistled like engines not yet built, a resonance that mimics the hum of planes she never carried. Guards stationed nearby wrote of lights flickering on calm nights, faint arcs that stretched like landing signals in the dark. When she was scuttled and later raised, divers swore the compartments seemed wrong. Stairs leading nowhere, shadows falling where no wall should cast them. Some believed she carried a phantom future, an echo of the missions she was built for but never given. The Graf Zeppelin was not a ship of history. It was a ship of what might have been, and the sea seemed unwilling to let her vanish without remembering the design she was denied. The American Saratoga served longer than many of her sisters. From World War II through nuclear tests at Bikini Atoll, it was there, during Operation Crossroads, that she endured explosions designed to erase fleets in seconds. Yet, when the mushroom clouds faded and the water stilled, the Saratoga still floated, battered but alive. Observers swore her silhouette rose unnaturally from the spray, outlined in light brighter than dawn. Only days later did she finally sink, sliding beneath with the patience of something that had chosen the time for itself. Divers exploring her today speak of eerie clarity around her wreck, the water oddly clear, light streaming, as though guided. Some refuse to linger, convinced the Saratoga is still waiting for her next test, still carrying the memory of fire not meant for the sea. Italy's Vittorio Veneto was sleek, vast, and considered untouchable in her time. She survived bombings, torpedoes, even near sinking, always returning to fight. But what unsettles sailors most is her final silence. After the war, as she was interned, crews swore her hull groaned differently each night, like sighs echoing through steel. When she was dismantled, workers found her plates warped into subtle curves, as if bent by forces too even to be battle damage. Photographs show shadows along her decks that do not match railings or cranes, as though the ship cast its own memory of form. Among Italian dockworkers, whispers spread that the Vittorio Veneto did not die in combat, because the sea itself did not want her. Instead, she lingered, restless, until men took her apart piece by piece, as though dismantling a ghost. To this day, some claim her outline still drifts faintly on misted mornings near the shipyard, a reminder that not all giants vanish quietly. The British Royal Sovereign passed through multiple hands, even serving under the Soviet flag. Yet no matter her ensign, crews spoke of unease. They said her bulk moved oddly in port, as though currents shifted around her hull alone. Sailors transferred aboard, recalled dreams repeating across nights, visions of a dark horizon, guns pointing toward nothing. When she was finally scrapped, observers noted how long the sound of her breaking lingered. Workers said the plates rang unnaturally, tones carrying across the yard, as if the steel were reluctant to separate. Even in dismantling, she carried herself with the same stubborn dignity. Ships end, but some end as though they are still waiting for a command. The American Enterprise, Big E, was not merely a carrier, she was a legend. She fought in more battles than any of her peers, and yet when peace came, her dismantling felt wrong, almost sacrilegious. Veterans who visited her last pier described feeling watched. They said shadows seemed to gather at her rails, as though her air wings still stood in formation. Engineers claimed her wiring sparked unexpectedly, systems reacting despite being long deactivated. When her hull was finally cut, old sailors wept, not from nostalgia, but from the conviction that something conscious had been undone. Even now, the name Enterprise stirs unease, as if the memory of that steel still drifts between ocean and sky. The Japanese Kaga ended at Midway, burning until her bones collapsed into the Pacific. Pilots circling above swore the smoke curled into shapes, too deliberate, lines rising like signals, messages not meant for human eyes. When divers located her wreck decades later, they described corridors unnervingly clean, walls still sharp as though preserved. Their lights flickered in unison inside her, as if the ship itself dictated the rhythm. Some divers refused to re-enter, swearing the air in their helmets throbbed like a heartbeat. It is said the Kaga does not rest. She holds her last attack in suspension, replaying the moment when sea and fire swallowed her whole. The German Scharnhorst prowled the North Atlantic like a wolf, swift and armoured, yet her fate came sudden in the Arctic night. When she was struck and sank, sailors nearby described a shudder rolling outward, like thunder muffled beneath the ice. Wreck hunters later found her twisted deep below, guns still elevated, as though waiting to fire. Divers claimed the darkness around her seemed thicker, lantern beams shrinking as though swallowed by her outline. They said the Scharnhorst carried her storm with her, an eternal blizzard folded into steel. To this day, she is spoken of not as wreckage, but as a shadow ship frozen mid-pursuit. The French Dunkirk was a marvel of speed and firepower, but her end was not inglorious battle. It was sabotage, scuttled by her own navy to deny capture. Yet sailors swore she did not die willingly. Witnesses at Toulon reported her hull groaning long after flames gutted her, smoke rising in strange rhythm like breath. Divers exploring the wreck years later found her interior warped, yet eerily ordered, as if steel had folded in deliberate patterns. Some engineers noted bulkheads bent into arches that looked almost architectural, like a cathedral the sea itself had sculpted from ruin. The Dunkirk became less a vessel than a monument, silent and watching. The American Essex-class carriers were built in numbers, yet each seemed to hold its own presence. The Hornet among them carried a reputation for strangeness. Sailors spoke of cold corridors, of elevators that moved without command, of radios that hummed faintly, even when switched off. When she was scrapped, workers described her steel sparking in odd rhythms, as though her circuits resisted silence. Veterans who served aboard whispered she had absorbed too much, too many flights launched, too many missions flown. Even in dismantling, they claimed she still tried to answer signals that no longer came. Some ships fight the sea, others fight absence. The Japanese Shinano was the largest carrier ever built, converted from a battleship's bones. She sailed only once, struck down on her maiden voyage. Survivors reported an uncanny stillness in her final hours. Men whispered, tools clattered, but the ship herself seemed mute, as though she knew her end before it began. When torpedoes struck, her lights flickered in a way sailors compared to blinking eyes. Those who escaped swore they felt watched, even in the lifeboats, the silhouette of the Shinano lingering beneath them, like a gaze from the deep. She lasted barely 10 hours at sea, yet left behind a shadow far larger, a ship remembered more for her silence than her strength. The Russian Novorossiysk exploded in harbour, a blast so fierce that buildings shook miles away. Official records blamed mines, yet survivors swore they heard a knock beneath the hull in the minutes before detonation, a steady tapping that echoed through steel. When she rolled and sank, divers later found her resting oddly upright. As though positioned, some claimed the mud around her glowed faintly, disturbed in ways no current could explain. Locals near Sevastopol still whisper of sounds rising from the bay at night. Low knocks, like someone asking for release. The Novorossiysk became less a warship than a warning. And then there is the Graf Spee, the German pocket battleship cornered at Montevideo. Rather than face capture, her crew scuttled her, and she burned until sinking into the estuary. Yet fishermen who pass the site today speak of lights rising from the water, pale flares that drift like lanterns. Divers found her remains strangely intact, her guns angled toward the open sea, as though she still longed to escape. Some insist her wreck hums faintly, when storms roll overhead, vibrations rising through the seabed. The Graf Spee was a ship denied both victory and surrender. She lingers half in river, half in ocean, a vessel forever trying to choose her grave. We have crossed harbours where giants linger still, and walked past wrecks that resist silence. Each ship carried weight greater than its steel, the memory of nations, the breath of battles, the echo of endings too immense to fade. Now we move farther, into vessels whose stories straddle shadow and sea, their names whispered not only for their might, but for the unease they left behind. The American USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbor in 1898, her wreckage lighting the night and altering history. The blast's cause remains argued: mine, accident, sabotage. But what lingered afterward unsettled all who saw her. Witnesses described the water around her glowing faintly for days, as though light continued to rise from her bones. Locals claimed ripples spread without wind, waves rolling outward in perfect circles, unbroken, long after the wreck had stilled. Divers sent down years later reported strange sensations in their ears, muffled hearing as if sound itself recoiled from her hull. Some insisted they heard a low hum within the steel, a rhythm too deliberate for accident. The Maine was raised and dismantled, yet even now, visitors to Havana swear the harbor carries a weight at night, a heaviness that presses on the chest. Ships may sink by chance, but the Maine remains a reminder that explosions leave echoes the sea does not forget. The German Gneisenau was a battleship, built for speed, her prow cutting through Atlantic waters with predatory grace. Yet when she was bombed in harbor and abandoned, sailors swore the ship herself groaned as if wounded, her steel crying out each night, even after fires dimmed. When the wreck was dismantled, workers spoke of compartments shifting back into place, plates that seemed to resist removal. Some engineers noted tools snapping at odd intervals, sparks leaping into air that smelled faintly of ozone. Divers who later traced her final resting pieces described unease, as though something vast pressed against them unseen. They returned pale, unwilling to enter again. The Gneisenau was not a simple wreck. She was a body that seemed unwilling to be broken, a leviathan insisting that her end was not final. Even in fragments, she carried defiance, and those who touched her steel whispered they felt it strain against the sea. The British carrier Courageous sank swiftly in the opening months of World War II, torpedoed in the Atlantic. Survivors spoke of the sea swallowing her too quickly, as though it had been waiting. Men flung into the water swore they saw light lingering beneath the waves, a pale rectangle where her flight deck had been, glowing as if illuminated from below. Ships that later passed the site reported compasses twitching, their needles spinning briefly before steadying again. Divers searching for her wreck described heavy silence, water that seemed to close around them like a chamber. One noted that his depth gauge behaved erratically, showing shallows where there should have been nothing but deep. Sailors who knew her warned others not to linger there, calling the site a door the ocean opened only once. The Courageous remains not simply a casualty, but a threshold, a reminder that the sea sometimes prepares its own stage for the fall of giants. The American USS Wasp burned in the Solomons, a carrier swallowed in fire so sudden that survivors recalled the air itself tasting of iron. She lingered only hours before capsizing, yet witnesses swore the water beneath her glowed faintly red, as though the sea itself had caught the flame. When her wreck was discovered decades later, divers described long corridors unnaturally clean, bulkheads free of silt, as if something swept them. One diver wrote that his flashlight beam seemed pulled forward, drawn along the hull as though guided. Another claimed he heard faint tapping within the hull, rhythmic, patient, like footsteps pacing just ahead. The Wasp had been a vessel of fire, but in death she became a vessel of silence, yet silence that still moved. To step inside her was to feel unwelcome, as though the ship had not yet accepted that she belonged to the sea. The Italian Caio Giulio, though modernized and rebuilt, carried the shadow of older wars. During her service, she survived bombings and damage that should have crippled her, yet always returned. Sailors called her stubborn, as though her steel bent without breaking. But what unsettled was her twilight years. Dockworkers dismantling her swore she shifted at night, ropes groaning though no current stirred. Some claimed tools vanished in her compartments, reappearing days later where none had left them. Photographs show odd distortions of light across her hull, gleams that seem almost spectral. When her bones were finally scattered, veterans refused to watch, convinced she was not a ship, but a spirit stretched across decades. The Caio Giulio seemed less dismantled than dispersed, a presence broken into fragments the sea still gathers. The British Barham ended violently, torpedoed in 1941, exploding with such ferocity that her wreck spread across miles. Yet survivors and witnesses alike swore her destruction carried strangeness. They said the water rose not in a wave, but in a wall, lifting into the sky, as though the sea itself recoiled. Some on nearby ships claimed to hear screams after the explosion had ended. Not human screams, but the tearing cry of the ship herself. When her remains were later surveyed, divers noted steel bent into curves too precise, as if shaped deliberately by unseen hands. Instruments recorded strange magnetism in the area, compasses swinging, depth readings unstable. Even decades later, sailors crossing the site lower their voices. The Barham is remembered, not only for the men she lost, but for the sense that her explosion was not final, that in some way, she continues to erupt in memory, her end echoing in every swell. The American USS Yorktown fought at Midway, battered yet unbroken, her crew patching her wounds even as battle still raged. But when she finally succumbed, sailors swore her descent felt unnatural. Survivors said she seemed to resist the sea, tilting and righting again before at last sliding under. One recalled that the air grew eerily still, as though wind itself had paused to watch. When her wreck was discovered 2 miles down, explorers reported her hull resting almost upright, decks aligned like a ship still afloat. Light swept her hangars, and revealed planes still chained to her floor, as if awaiting orders. Divers spoke of feeling the pressure of command, a weight that pressed against their chest until they surfaced. The Yorktown had been more than a carrier, she had been a fortress, and in death she seemed unwilling to let that fortress fall. The German Blucher sank in Oslofjord, caught by coastal guns. Witnesses swore she burned with eerie precision, fire rolling across her decks in measured waves. Survivors in lifeboats later described seeing her masts remain above the waterline, long after the hull should have vanished, like arms stretched upward in refusal. Divers exploring the wreck years later noted compartments, unnervingly preserved, corridors clear of silt, as though water had avoided filling her. Some swore they felt cold drafts within, impossible currents brushing their suits. Naval charts around her wreck site often returned strange echoes, depth sounders striking steel where none should remain. To stand over the Blucher is to feel a ship still holding its ground, a fortress sunk but never surrendered. The Japanese High fought bravely at Guadalcanal, struck again and again yet refusing to sink. Sailors on surrounding ships described her silhouette glowing faintly in the smoke, as though lit from within. When she finally rolled and vanished, the water around her churned violently, but only in a tight circle, as if the sea spun her down deliberately. Her wreck has never been conclusively found, and that absence has grown into myth. Fishermen crossing the area claim their nets twist into spirals, pulled by unseen currents. Some even whisper that faint gunfire echoes at night, long after storms have passed. The High lingers in uncertainty, not confirmed as wreck, not forgotten as ghost. She is remembered less as a ship than as a question. Where does a warship go when the sea refuses to show her bones? The American USS Princeton was struck in the Leyte Gulf, her magazines erupting in a chain of detonations. Witnesses said the explosion was so immense that the sky itself seemed torn, light lancing upward before collapsing into silence. Sailors on distant ships claimed the air felt thick, their lungs tightening though smoke never reached them. When her wreck was later surveyed, divers reported metal twisted in spirals, as if fire had carved patterns into steel. Some insisted the wreck gave off heat, a faint warmth impossible at such depths. Veterans who passed the site in later years lowered their voices, convinced the Princeton still held the fire that undid her. Ships end in battle, but hers ended, as though fire itself had claimed ownership. The French Bretagne exploded at Mers el Kebir, caught in the sudden fury of war. Observers said her destruction came with a roar that seemed to echo from below the water as much as above. Survivors pulled from the harbour swore the sea frothed unnaturally, bubbles rising in steady columns long after debris had settled. When divers explored her remains, They noted eerie clarity, water perfectly still inside compartments, surfaces reflecting like mirrors. Some swore faces appeared in those reflections, fleeting and pale, as though men trapped within had left their images behind. The Bretagne was less a wreck than a frozen instant of violence, preserved in the sea's own archive. The American USS Franklin, known as the ship that wouldn't die, absorbed destruction few vessels could endure. Bombs turned her decks into furnaces, yet she staggered back from the brink, but survivors said her resilience carried unease. They swore the ship groaned, not like steel, but like breath, each blast answered by a sound low and drawn out. When she finally was decommissioned, sailors assigned to guard her swore the decks still creaked in rhythm, footsteps without walkers. Photographs show odd shadows stretching where none should fall, as if the ship remembered fires long extinguished. To board the Franklin was to walk through layers of memory too heavy for wood or iron. She was a vessel that seemed unwilling to surrender, even to time. The Japanese Haruna survived repeated bombings only to be destroyed at anchor. Witnesses said her final explosions came not as blasts, but as pulses, a steady beat that rolled through the harbour. Locals later claimed to feel vibrations beneath their homes, as though the ship's heart still throbbed beneath stone. When divers reached her wreck, they reported a strange pressure, a sense of being pushed back before entering. Instruments malfunctioned, gauges spinning, cameras failing. Some who surfaced too quickly spoke of dreams afterward, visions of walking her deck, flames licking the rails, the horizon bent into curves. The Haruna did not simply end, she was absorbed, piece by piece, into something larger, leaving behind the rhythm of a ship that refused to sleep. The British Repulse was struck down alongside the Prince of Wales, caught in the open sea. Survivors described the water boiling, not only where bombs struck but across the surface, as though the ocean itself had convulsed. When her wreck was found, divers noted an uncanny alignment, her hull resting as if deliberately posed, guns angled skyward. Some swore they heard faint clicks echoing in the steel, like switches being thrown in the dark. Naval records mention instruments behaving oddly near the site, compasses wandering, depth readings shifting. Fishermen avoid the waters, saying nets twist and tangle without reason. The Repulse rests not as ruin, but as if waiting for another order, a warship poised between silence and command. The Prince of Wales sank beside her, a king brought low in the same onslaught. Yet her ending carried a weight, all its own. Witnesses said her great bulk did not vanish quietly. She shuddered with a resonance that travelled for miles, like a drumbeat rolling beneath waves. Survivors in lifeboats claimed their hearts pounded in rhythm, as though the ship had passed her own pulse into them. When divers explored her decades later, they described a suffocating presence inside, corridors pressing close, air tasting metallic even through regulators. One noted that his watch stopped within her hull, hands frozen until he surfaced. The Prince of Wales did not die simply as a ship. She became a heartbeat buried in water, a reminder that even kings of steel can echo long after silence falls. By now you've heard the names whispered: Yamato, Bismarck, Hood, Prince of Wales, steel kings and queens that ruled oceans, only to collapse into silence. But there is another tier of giants, ships so enormous that even their ruins feel like living countries lying in wait below the waves. To speak of them is to trace the very idea of scale, how men dreamed of floating fortresses, and how the sea, indifferent and patient, folded them all back into itself. Tonight we turn to one such colossus, the American carrier USS Enterprise CV-6, the most decorated warship of World War II. Her story is not just history, it is a labyrinth, from the Coral Sea to Midway, from Guadalcanal to the Philippine Sea. Her decks launched planes that altered entire campaigns. Yet the mystery does not lie only in what she did, but in how she endured. Bombed, struck, burned. Again and again she reeled, and again she returned. Sailors began to whisper that she could not be sunk, that she bore within her steel a defiance stronger than battle itself. Some called her lucky, others called her cursed, saying the ship absorbed the deaths of every comrade she outlasted, carrying them as a weight across her hull. Survivors spoke of strange sensations at night. In calm water, men on watch swore they heard propellers thrum from within the decks, even when her engines slept. Radios crackled faintly with ghost signals, bursts of static that seemed to echo voices not on board. Some claimed the voices spoke names, pilots lost, squadrons gone, listed one by one, as if the ship herself remembered. To walk her passageways at night was to feel pressed upon, as if history itself trailed you, unseen yet constant. When the war ended, the Navy tried to retire her, but the Enterprise resisted. Systems refused to deactivate cleanly, alarms blared without reason, and in her final days she seemed almost restless, like a guardian suddenly denied purpose. Men who had served aboard visited her at dock, and described a stillness too heavy, a silence that felt staged, as though she was holding her breath in their presence. Even as scrap crews dismantled her, welders reported sparks flying in strange arcs, bouncing off steel that should have been inert. One worker cut a plate, and swore the hull shuddered beneath his hands, vibrating faintly, as though objecting. Her pieces scattered, her bones melted into new steel, but the Enterprise never fully left. Veterans spoke of dreaming her decks long after, waking with the sound of engines in their ears. Sailors stationed on other carriers claimed to hear phantom whistles at night, calls to stations that no longer existed, and when her wreck was sought in later decades, not because she sank, but because her spirit seemed missing, searchers reported odd sonar echoes. Signals repeated back, warped, stretched, as though the sea itself replayed her outline. What does it mean when a ship refuses to end? Perhaps the Enterprise is not gone, only dispersed. Her memory diffused into the ocean, into steel, into every warship that followed. Perhaps her name carries more than honor. Perhaps it carries the trace of something too immense to vanish, something that remains awake in silence, waiting. And so we ask you now, listening from the quiet of your room, if you closed your eyes, if you let the hum of your speakers blend with the stillness around you, would you hear her engines faintly in the distance? Would you know the rhythm of a ship that would not sink? The Japanese Yamato has already passed our gaze once, but she demands more. No single mention contains her. She was not just a ship, she was an empire sculpted in steel, a floating mountain built to carry pride itself into battle. Her decks stretched broader than city streets, her guns hurled shells heavier than automobiles, and her bulk was so vast that sailors felt they lived inside a country, not aboard a vessel. Yet, for all her size, for all her might, the Yamato drifted toward an ending no engineer could prevent. Her final voyage was called Operation Tengo, a desperate thrust into seas already lost. Crews described the ship trembling even before the first bomb struck, as though she anticipated what lay ahead. When the attack began, witnesses on destroyers nearby said the air bent around her, heat and light bending lines of horizon. Bombs fell in waves, torpedoes churned her flanks, but still she refused to collapse. Men aboard reported the decks shivering, vibrations coursing through steel like the heartbeat of a wounded beast. Some said the very bolts screamed, echoing across compartments with tones that resembled voices. When she finally turned over, capsizing in thunder, the sea erupted in a shockwave so powerful it shattered glass miles away. Yet those who survived swore the water did not simply close, it pulsed. They described currents pulling in circles, whirlpools forming and vanishing, as though the ocean itself struggled to contain what it had swallowed. For hours afterward, oily smoke rose in strange columns, spiraling into the sky like signals, messages not intended for the living. Decades later, divers who found her bones 2 miles down spoke of strangeness. Instruments faltered, lights flickered, and in her shadow the water itself seemed darker, heavy, as though layered with memory. One diver described a pressure unlike depth, a force pressing inward upon the chest until breath came shallow. Another claimed he felt the floor vibrate beneath him, subtle but constant, as if the ship herself still throbbed. Cameras captured images of her guns, still trained outward, still waiting, and in those images veterans who once fought against her swore they saw movement, angles shifting by degrees no current could explain. The Yamato was not only sunk, she was absorbed into myth. Fishermen near her grave tell stories of lights under the water, pale beams rising and fading, as though her searchlights still sweep the deep. Some say radios nearby crackle faintly at night, static forming rhythms that echo Morse signals. Others whisper of dreams, sailors who never served on her waking to visions of endless decks, smoke rising, footsteps running down corridors that should no longer exist. What does it mean when steel refuses silence? Perhaps the Yamato remains suspended, not wholly ship, not wholly memory, but something between. Perhaps the sea itself keeps her alive as an example, a monument, a warning. Listen closely now, the hum of your room, the faint noise behind your thoughts. Does it not resemble a vibration, deep and steady, like a pulse traveling through unseen depths? It may be your own breath, it may be something else. The Yamato was a dream of empire. Her ending was proof that even empires can sink. Yet in silence she endures, not as ruin, not as relic, but as presence. She is a reminder that some giants never fully leave. They wait, immense, listening. The German Bismarck is remembered as invincible, yet her ending is more haunting than her victories. She was vast, armored to shrug off barrages, swift enough to outrun her pursuers. Admirals called her unsinkable. Sailors who walked her decks described the sense of standing upon a city in motion, steel stretched so broad that footsteps seemed swallowed in echo. And when she sailed into the Atlantic, she carried not only weapons, but expectation, the belief that a single ship could break nations. Her final battle was fury unrelenting. Shells pounded her for hours, fire tore through compartments, yet still she endured. Witnesses swore her hull absorbed punishment beyond comprehension, her deck guns falling silent one by one while her body remained afloat. British sailors reported unease, guns roaring against her, and yet she refused to die. Some said she moved strangely, listing and writing again, as though guided not by damage, but by will. Others claimed her silhouette bent the horizon, light bending faintly around her shape, a distortion too steady for smoke. When she finally began to sink, the moment itself disturbed. Sailors on distant ships said the sound was not the thunder of collapse, but a groan long and deep, like a living thing exhaling its last. Survivors from her crew spoke of corridors trembling beneath their feet, steel shivering like the skin of an animal. They swore the ship did not surrender to the sea, but was dragged, pulled under by a force larger than weight or water. Decades later, when her wreck was discovered, explorers reported something strange. Sonar echoes returned distorted, stretched in time, as though signals slowed when passing through her shadow. Divers who approached swore the water thickened, sound muffled even inside helmets. One described touching the hull and feeling a vibration travel up his arm, faint but steady, a rhythm like breathing. Another claimed his lights dimmed, batteries draining more quickly than physics should allow. Cameras captured her guns still raised, barrels silent yet angled outward, as if expecting command. Legends soon attached themselves. Fishermen crossing the site whispered of compasses twisting, needles circling slowly before steadying again. Some claimed to see faint lights beneath the surface, beams sweeping like searchlights though no ship remained. There are even stories of radio operators catching bursts of static, Morse fragments repeating across years, echoes of distress signals long since ended. The Bismarck does not rest easily. She lies sprawled across the seabed, her hull torn and scattered, yet her presence remains whole. To approach her is to feel scale itself pressing down, the weight of ambition, the memory of pursuit. She was a symbol of might, undone by persistence, yet her ruin unsettles more than her power ever did. What is it about certain wrecks that refuses silence? Perhaps it is memory etched into steel, vibrations lingering like the last hum of a struck bell, or perhaps it is the sea itself, holding on to giants not as objects, but as stories, retelling them in currents and echoes. Tonight, if you listen carefully, you may still hear the faint groan of the Bismarck sliding beneath waves, an echo stretched thin but not erased. Close your eyes, Imagine the Atlantic, black and endless, dawn hidden beneath cloud. Now picture a shape vast and broken lying below, guns still raised, hull still trembling faintly. Do you hear it? That deep hum beneath silence, that pressure on your chest when you think too long of deep water. Perhaps that is only your breath, or perhaps it is the sea, reminding you that some endings are not complete, and some ships never finish sinking. Among the largest warships to meet the sea, few inspire the same silence as the British HMS Hood. She was the pride of the Royal Navy, the mighty Hood, a battle cruiser so vast and sleek, she seemed invulnerable. Crowds cheered her at every port, a moving symbol of empire, a reminder that Britain ruled the waves. But pride makes silence deeper, and her ending has haunted sailors for generations. At the Battle of the Denmark Strait, she faced the Bismarck. The clash lasted only minutes. A shell struck, fire bloomed, and the Hood was gone, vanished in a single roar, broken in half as thousands watched. Survivors in the water described the moment not as explosion, but as breath. A long, low sigh carried across the waves. Even those aboard her enemy swore the sound was unlike any detonation they had heard. It was softer, heavier, a sound that seemed alive. For years after, ships passing through the strait reported strangeness. Compass needles quivered, radios hissed faintly, depth sounders returned echoes that seemed to pulse rather than ping. Fishermen spoke of sudden stillness on calm nights, as though the sea itself paused to remember. Some swore they saw pale outlines beneath the surface, a deck vast and faint, vanishing when lanterns were lowered. Others whispered of dreams, visions of walking corridors lit by red lamps, water dripping steadily, voices murmuring just ahead. When her wreck was discovered decades later, explorers found the bones scattered, but not as chaos. Her remains lay aligned as though positioned, sections resting with eerie symmetry. Divers described unease within the wreck. Lights flickered, cameras failed, and some swore they felt pressure not of depth, but of presence, an unseen weight pressing against their chest until they surfaced. One reported hearing faint tolls, as though bells rang far away, though no such objects were found. Another refused to return, claiming the ship was not ruin, but a room still occupied. Legends grew, naval charts mark her grave, yet mariners often avoid it, steering wide even on clear days. Sailors crossing that water speak of shivers, an instinct that says do not linger. Some claim to hear whispers in static on their radios, fragments of orders never given, voices calling stations that no longer exist. Others say they feel the vibration of engines deep beneath, a rhythm steady as heartbeat, though nothing stirs below. The Hood has become more than a wreck. She is a memory the sea repeats, a reminder of how quickly grandeur can vanish, and how that vanishing can leave behind not absence, but presence. She lingers in silence, in echoes, in distortions. She is gone, and yet she waits. Now pause, and listen. In your own room, far from the strait, do you not hear faint background hum, the murmur of the air, the vibration of unseen wires? Close your eyes, let that sound shape itself. Does it not resemble the sigh of steel bending, the breath of something vast exhaling beneath the sea? Perhaps it is only your own breath, or perhaps it is the echo of the Hood, the mighty Hood, still breathing beneath black water, her pride turned to shadow, her silence stretched across time. If the Hood embodied pride shattered in a breath, then the Prince of Wales embodied loss, spread through every wave. She was new, powerful, built as a king among warships, her name chosen to signal legacy. Yet her fate was not glory in victory, but silence in the South China Sea. Alongside the Repulse, she sailed to challenge an enemy fleet, confident in her strength, but the sky itself seemed to betray her. Japanese bombers descended, shadows gliding across the waves like birds of omen. Witnesses recalled how the Prince of Wales moved strangely. Her rudder hit, her body twisting awkwardly in the water. Sailors aboard felt the deck shudder beneath them, vibrations not only of damage but of strain, as though the ship herself resisted what was happening. When torpedoes struck her sides, explosions reverberated through steel and into bone. Men swore they felt the ship groan beneath their boots, a deep resonance that was not machinery, not weapon, but something vast and mournful. As she listed, smoke rising, survivors said the sea darkened, not from oil, not from shadow, but from some thickness that made water appear heavy, as though the ocean itself was deepening in anticipation. When she rolled, capsized and slipped beneath, the sound was unlike thunder. It was slow, drawn out, a low boom that many compared to a drumbeat. In lifeboats, men clung to wreckage, and swore their hearts raced in rhythm with that sound, as though the ship had passed her pulse into them. For hours afterward, the water bubbled faintly, small eruptions spreading in patterns that resembled ripples from invisible hands. Survivors whispered that the ship still breathed below, her body releasing fragments of sound as she settled into silence. Nearby vessels reported compasses spinning briefly, needles twitching as if confused. Radios caught bursts of static that some claimed formed words, distress calls perhaps, or fragments of orders repeated by a voice that no longer lived. When divers finally reached her decades later, they found her bones massive, resting askew upon the seabed. Yet the strangeness persisted. Gauges malfunctioned, depth readers glitched, and cameras dimmed unexpectedly. Divers described sensations of pressure beyond depth, a heaviness pressing against them, urging them away. One swore his watch stopped within her hull, hands frozen until he surfaced. Another claimed his breathing apparatus seemed to strain, air harder to draw, as though the ship herself pressed against his lungs. Photographs of the wreck revealed something unsettling. Her guns, still vast, remained pointed outward, as if guarding against threats long since gone. Her decks bore scorch marks yet retained shape, corridors preserved in eerie order. One diver remarked, "It feels less like ruin, more like waiting." Veterans who had served upon her refused to look at the images. They said it felt like seeing a ghost caught staring back. Locals near the wreck site whisper stories. Fishermen claim nets tangle inexplicably, ropes drawn taut by unseen currents. Some insist they have heard booming sounds below on calm nights, like muffled thunder that rolls and then stops without storm. Others speak of silhouettes, faint outlines vast and angular, gliding beneath their boats before dissolving into darkness. What does it mean when a warship refuses to vanish? The Prince of Wales carries weight beyond her steel. She embodies expectation undone, might fractured, not by another giant, but by the sky itself. And perhaps the sea remembers her unease, the shudder of her rudder, the groan of her hull, the final drumbeat as she rolled beneath. Now sit quietly where you are. Listen not for words, but for vibration, for the faint low hum that lingers beneath silence. If you feel your pulse quicken, if your chest seems heavier, ask yourself, what if that beat is not yours alone? What if across oceans, the sea is still echoing the heartbeat of a ship that never finished her fall? If the Prince of Wales carried the weight of kingship undone, then the Repulse, her companion, bore the shadow of a warrior condemned. She was older, sleeker, a battle cruiser, whose lines had cut oceans for decades, yet still she carried presence, long decks glinting in sunlight, guns poised like the arms of a predator. Together they sailed, unaware that skies could bring a fate harsher than any fleet. The attack came swift. Bombers rolled overhead, torpedoes slicing trails across water, shadows weaving like nets. Witnesses on the Repulse said the air grew unnaturally still just before impact, as if the world paused. Then came the explosions. Torpedoes tore into her sides, lifting her bulk with such force that sailors swore they felt the ship leap beneath them. Smoke rose in spirals, fire spread across decks, yet she fought against her end. Survivors recalled how the Repulse twisted unnaturally, turning against the pull, her body straining as though to remain upright. When she capsized, the sound was described not as detonation but as collapse, a groaning collapse so deep it seemed the ocean floor itself answered. Men in the water clung to wreckage and swore they heard clicks, sharp metallic bursts like switches thrown inside the dying ship. Others claimed to see light still glowing faintly beneath the waves, a pale shimmer that drifted with her outline. For hours the sea bubbled with oil and debris, yet at intervals the surface smoothed into glass, reflections clear as mirrors. Survivors stared into those mirrors and swore they glimpsed silhouettes, rails, masts, even figures still pacing. Decades later, when divers traced her grave, they found her hull eerily composed. She rested as though posed, guns angled outward, her decks aligned as if she still awaited command. Divers described silence thicker than depth, water muffling even their own breathing. Lights dimmed inexplicably, beams shrinking against shadows that seemed to bend forward. One diver wrote, "It was as though the ship leaned toward us listening." Another swore he felt pressure on his chest so strong he nearly panicked, relieved only when he turned away. Instruments behaved strangely as well. Compasses spun, gauges glitched, and sonar struck her hull with echoes that returned too slowly, stretched as though replayed by the sea itself. Cameras recorded anomalies, faint orbs drifting across corridors, lights flickering without source. Veterans who later saw the images claimed to recognize gestures, salutes, movements familiar to men long gone. Local fishermen whisper of the sight. Nets tangle without reason, ropes tightening as though snagged by invisible hands. On some nights, when storms brew distant, they claim to hear booming beneath the water, muffled thunder rolling in rhythms too even for chance. A few refuse to sail there at all, calling the place cursed, haunted by a ship unwilling to rest. Why do some wrecks unsettle more than others? Perhaps it is the suddenness of the Repulse's fall, pride turned to ruin in minutes. Perhaps it is the symmetry of her death beside the Prince of Wales, two giants collapsing together, their echoes twined. Or perhaps it is because the sea remembers not just the wreck, but the struggle, the twisting steel, the straining decks, the refusal to surrender until silence crushed all sound. Now pause, wherever you are, listen to the faint hum around you, wires, walls, air itself. If you focus long enough, does it not seem to throb, faint and steady, like a pulse? That rhythm is yours, yes, but imagine, for a moment, that it is not. Imagine it belongs to the Repulse still groaning, still alive, still waiting in black water. Some say the ocean forgets, but not here, not where giants rolled, not where silence pressed its mark into steel. The American USS Arizona has already brushed our path, but her story cannot be contained in a single glance. She is not just a wreck, she is a wound that breathes. On December 7, 1941, she absorbed a blast that lifted her from the water, split her spine, and carried more than 1,000 men into flame and silence. Yet the strangeness of the Arizona is not only her destruction, but the way she endures. From the very moment she sank, survivors spoke of patterns that defied chance. Bubbles rose in rhythmic streams, not chaotic but ordered, like signals from beneath. Smoke drifted across the harbor in spirals, shapes that lingered even after the fires dimmed. Some claimed to hear faint echoes, dull groans, slow creaks that continued through the night, long after her bones had settled. When divers entered in the weeks after, they described water heavy with pressure, sound muffled as though swallowed. One diver reported the sensation of movement under his hands, steel vibrating faintly like the shiver of breath. Another claimed his torchlight dimmed, shadows folding inward, until he felt compelled to retreat. Reports circulated of tools malfunctioning, gauges showing depth where none existed, bubbles forming patterns across the hull. The ship did not feel lifeless, it felt occupied. To this day, oil still seeps from her, bead by bead, drifting upward into ribbons. The locals call the tears of the Arizona. Each droplet spreads across the surface like writing, black letters dissolving into blue. Visitors standing above her memorial describe unease, footsteps echoing, whispers carrying across still air, though no one speaks. Some say the oil is more than fuel, they believe it is memory itself, preserved in liquid, surfacing fragment by fragment, delivering voices lost beneath. Technicians monitoring the site report anomalies. Hydrophones lowered near her hull capture faint tones, low vibrations unlike natural current. Some describe them as pulses, rhythmic, almost musical. On certain nights when the harbor is calm, those pulses align with heartbeats, a slow thrum echoing in the chest of those who listen too closely. Veterans who return often leave shaken, convinced they have heard their ship still alive beneath the water. The Arizona is not forgotten. She resists forgetting. Her remains lie visible beneath the memorial, decks shadowed just beneath the surface, a presence that rises without fully revealing itself. To lean over the rail is to feel weight, to sense eyes unseen. Some tourists describe dizziness, a sudden shortness of breath as if pressed by invisible hands. Others claim to see shapes drifting below, rails, ladders, figures, sliding from sight when the water shifts. Legends have grown. Locals whisper that at night, lanterns dim near her, light bending faintly as though drawn downward. Fishermen say their nets snag, though no wreckage lies beyond the marked site. Divers still report unease, and some refuse entry altogether, convinced the ship does not welcome intrusion. She is not a grave, they say. She is a guardian, but the deepest strangeness is time. The Arizona feels less like a relic of one morning, and more like a wound still open. The oil rises daily, as though the blast never ended. The groans echo still, as though steel continues to shift. To stand above her is to feel the past bleed into the present, uninterrupted, unhealed. Now sit quietly, and listen to the faint hum around you, the distant whir of machines, the low vibration of wires. If you focus long enough, does it not sound like a pulse, a slow thrum, steady and patient? That hum may be your own blood, or perhaps it is the echo of steel beneath water, still breathing, still rising, still refusing to let the world forget. The Arizona is more than a ship. She is the memory of silence made visible, the sea's reminder that some wounds do not close. If the Arizona is a wound that breathes, then the Japanese Kaga is a shadow that burns. She was once the pride of Japan's carrier fleet, vast and commanding, her decks stretching like avenues across the sea. It was her planes that roared into Pearl Harbor, her aircraft that helped shape the first hours of that war. And yet, only months later, at Midway, her fire returned upon herself. Struck by bombs from American dive bombers, the Kaga erupted in a storm of flame. Survivors described not just fire, but light so bright it seemed to bend the air. Planes toppled from her deck like toys, smoke rolled upward in spirals, and some men swore they saw shapes within those spirals, figures marching, signals written in flame. For hours she burned, her bulk glowing against the horizon like a city consumed. Even when she listed, her silhouette pulsed with light, as though she carried her own furnace into the depths. When she sank, men on surrounding ships said the sea itself shimmered. Flames seemed to follow her downward, glowing faintly even beneath the waves. Witnesses swore the water itself boiled, not just at the surface but in columns, as though fire had chosen to live inside the sea. In lifeboats, survivors turned their heads away, unable to watch as something immense collapsed into silence. They said it felt less like a sinking, and more like a ritual, as though the ocean had absorbed, not steel, but sacrifice. Decades later, divers exploring her wreck returned uneasy. They described corridors, unnervingly intact, hangars preserved with clarity that felt unnatural. Lights flickered as they entered, not random but rhythmic, dimming in a pattern like breathing. One diver claimed his camera recorded faint red glows along the walls, though no source could be found. Another swore he heard distant rumbling, low and steady, as though engines still turned within. When they surfaced, several refused to descend again. They said the Kaga was not wreckage, but furnace, still alive, still burning. Equipment confirmed anomalies. Compasses spun, hydrophones captured low rumbles that repeated, and depth gauges faltered, as though crossing unseen barriers. Photographs revealed shadows sharp and defined, lines bending against geometry. Some images showed faint silhouettes, planes still lined across the hangar, shapes too distinct for coincidence. Analysts dismissed them as tricks of silt and light, yet divers who had been there insisted they were real. Legends linger in the Pacific. Fishermen tell of nights when pale red glows rise beneath their boats, shimmering like embers, drifting upward before fading into black. They whisper that nets sometimes return scorched, ropes blackened as if dragged through invisible fire. Pilots crossing those skies say radios catch bursts of static that sound like engine noise, faint propellers droning in rhythm, though no plane is near. The Kaga is not remembered only for her destruction, but for her persistence. Fire defines her, and fire does not drown. In stories she remains a vessel still aflame, carrying her blaze beneath black water, a reminder that what burns intensely does not vanish quietly. She is the shadow of Pearl Harbor, and the flame of Midway, both halves entwined, both halves still echoing. Now pause with me. Imagine darkness, the deep Pacific around you. No light save the dim beam of a diver's torch. Ahead looms a vast outline, steel sprawled across the seabed, corridors stretching endlessly. You step inside, your light flickers. For an instant the walls glow faintly red, a glow not of your making. You hear it then, a rumble, low, steady, patient like breath inside a furnace. Do you flee, or do you listen? The Kaga teaches us that some endings are not endings at all. Some are transformations. Steel becomes fire, fire becomes shadow, shadow becomes presence. Beneath the waves she waits, a flame in silence, a reminder that destruction itself can linger, repeating, resisting erasure. The Soviet submarine Kursk was not built in the age of leviathans that towered above the waterline. Yet she belonged to the same family of giants. Her hull was immense. Her compartments stretched like hallways within a fortress. Her weapons capable of rewriting battlefields. In 2000, she carried the pride of a modern fleet. But pride has always drawn silence, and silence came for her swiftly. During exercises in the Barents Sea, she sank. The official cause, an onboard explosion, explains the mechanics, but not the atmosphere that followed. Rescue teams who arrived reported sonar echoes that unsettled them. When they pinged her hull, the sound did not return cleanly. Instead, it came back doubled, an echo, answering the echo, as though something inside repeated the signal. Divers sent down to survey the wreck swore they felt warmth through their gloves when they touched her steel, though the water was near freezing. One diver described it as like the hull was alive, faintly throbbing. Another refused to re-enter, claiming the pressure around the submarine felt wrong, pressing not only against his body, but into his mind, a heaviness that lingered after he surfaced. The Kursk became less wreck than tomb. For days, rescuers tapped on the hull, straining to hear responses. Reports remained disputed, yet several insisted they heard knocking, faint but deliberate, from compartments already thought lost. Journalists later dismissed it as imagination, but the men who heard it carried the memory like a scar. They swore that the ship itself answered, not just those trapped inside. When her remains were eventually raised, the strangeness deepened. Workers tasked with dismantling her structure reported sounds that should not have existed, low hums echoing through corridors, stripped bare. One engineer wrote that sparks leapt unnaturally from metal, arcing across the air, as though reacting to unseen circuits. Others described shadows shifting in the corner of their vision, shapes too human, too steady, to dismiss as tricks of light. Some men refused to return to their shifts, convinced the submarine was resisting. Legends spread quickly. Locals near the shipyard, where she was broken apart, whispered of strange vibrations at night, rumblings that rolled through the ground, as if the submarine still pulsed beneath. Residents living miles away reported feeling subtle tremors, walls shivering in rhythm, though no earthquake was recorded. Some insisted they saw faint lights drifting across the harbor, spheres of pale glow that vanished as quickly as they appeared. Divers who visited the Barents Sea, where she sank, claim the sight remains uneasy. Compasses twitch, depth gauges fluctuate, and some swear the water feels thicker, harder to swim through. A few describe hearing faint thuds beneath, as though the sea itself still carries the last knocks of trapped sailors, repeating them endlessly. One diver swore his wristwatch stopped for exactly 2 minutes when he crossed the wreck site, starting again only when he surfaced. The Kursk embodies something more than loss. She is a reminder that silence is not absence. Her memory hums through steel, pulses through water, unsettles instruments and men alike. She is not a relic. She is an unfinished sound, an unanswered message, a question the sea continues to repeat. Now pause. Place your hand against the table, the wall, any surface near you? Do you feel the faint vibration, the hum that comes from electricity, from the hidden motions of your house? Listen closely. Does it not resemble knocking, faint and patient, waiting? Perhaps it is only wires, or perhaps it is the echo of steel under the barents, carrying through walls and years, reminding us that giants do not sink quietly. The curse lies in silence, but that silence is alive. If the Kursk taught us that silence can hum, then the USS Lexington teaches us that memory can float. She was called Lady Lex, a carrier vast and elegant, her decks stretching like avenues, her elevators rising and falling with a grace that seemed choreographed. She fought across the Pacific, her aircraft striking at Coral Sea, her presence alone enough to sway battles. Yet her end was not thunderous. It was patient, unnerving in its calm. In May of 1942, bombs and torpedoes struck her. Smoke poured across the horizon, flames licked the sky, and men scrambled through heat and chaos. But sailors later swore that the Lexington did not resist. She absorbed punishment with composure, as though she had known this moment from her launch. Survivors recalled eerie stillness between attacks, a hush so complete it felt deliberate, like the pause between breaths. When orders were given to abandon ship, many hesitated, convinced she would not sink. Only when the fires raged beyond control was she scuttled, torpedoes from her own escorts, ending what the enemy could not. Witnesses in the water described her descent as almost graceful. She tilted slowly, lowering herself into the sea with dignity. Some swore the air grew unnaturally cool in that moment, as if the ship's vast shadow drew heat away. Others said their hearts throbbed in rhythm with the groans of her hull, each vibration pulsing through their bodies until she was gone. Decades later, when explorers discovered her wreck 2 miles below the Coral Sea, they described strangeness. Unlike many wrecks broken and scattered, the Lexington lay poised, her guns still mounted, her decks still lined with aircraft. Some planes bore insignia still clear, as though waiting for pilots who had long since vanished. One diver remarked, "It felt like she was ready to launch at any moment." Another swore that his instruments flickered as he approached, lights dimming before stabilizing once he turned away. Photographs reveal eerie clarity, corridors preserved, shadows sharp, outlines of equipment intact. Analysts noted the absence of heavy silt, as though the sea itself avoided settling upon her. Others observed faint distortions of light across her decks, ripples not caused by current, but by something unseen, bending vision. Explorers who viewed the images later admitted discomfort. They said it looked less like a wreck, more like a ship at anchor, waiting, silent, unchanged. Legends have since spread. Some sailors say that when storms roll across the Coral Sea, radios crackle faintly with bursts of Morse code, fragments resembling distress signals. Others claim that on calm nights, sonar operators detect vast shapes moving slowly, where none should exist. Outlines resembling the Lexington. Fishermen whisper of pale glows below, rectangles of light rising briefly like hangar doors opening, only to vanish when nets are cast. The Lexington became more than a wreck. She became a guardian of memory, a ship that refused to disintegrate, preserving herself against time. Her presence unsettles not because she is ruin, but because she is too intact, too alive. She feels less like the past than the present, an echo playing endlessly, a ship that waits. Consider this now. Close your eyes. Imagine standing upon her deck, 2 miles under black water, light from your torch barely piercing the dark. Around you lie planes, chained to steel, wings folded, canopies intact. Your light passes over insignia, numbers, rails. Nothing moves, yet you feel movement. The air, or what should not be air, presses against you, as though you are not alone. Do you breathe faster? Do you turn back? Or do you linger, listening for the faint hum of engines that should not exist? The Lexington asks us to remember that endings are not always ruin. Some endings are preservation, too complete, too deliberate, to feel natural. She waits, silent but restless, like a theatre still prepared for a performance long past, and perhaps, in silence, she still plays it. Some ships sink in thunder, others vanish in silence. The Japanese carrier Akagi managed both. She was the flagship at Pearl Harbor, her decks alive with planes that carried destruction across the Pacific. She embodied might and certainty, a moving city of steel. But her end, at Midway, was fire stretched into ritual, flame that lingered, smoke that formed signals no one could read. Bombs struck her, one after another, until her hangars burned like furnaces. Survivors recalled that the flames seemed to move deliberately, rolling across compartments as though guided. Pilots on surrounding ships swore they saw the fire bend into shapes, curves, arcs, spirals too precise for accident. Some described hearing sounds within the roar, tones that rose and fell in rhythms almost like words. It was as if the ship herself had begun to speak through her destruction. When she finally succumbed, scuttled by her own escorts to spare further agony, witnesses reported light continuing beneath the waves. They swore the sea glowed faintly for hours, long after the last flames should have drowned. Columns of bubbles rose in perfect order, forming lines that drifted across the surface like writing. Even distant observers felt unsettled, as though the Akagi had chosen to preserve her end as memory etched into water itself. Decades later, when her wreck was discovered, divers found her lying vast and composed, decks still stretching outward, her outline unnervingly clear. Lights revealed scorch marks preserved on steel, blackened patches where fire had carved its last story. One diver wrote, "It felt like entering a furnace that still remembered heat." Another swore he heard faint crackling inside, as though embers still glowed beyond sight. Instruments faltered within her hull. Cameras dimmed inexplicably, beams shrinking until they resembled candlelight. The unease deepened in the hangar. Divers expected ruin, collapse, debris. Instead, they found order. Floors were clear, shadows sharp, walls standing tall. Some claimed they saw planes still intact, outlines ghostly in silt. Others described their air regulators, tightening, breaths coming harder, as if the ship herself pressed against their lungs. One refused to re-enter, convinced the Akagi was alive in some way, preserving not wreckage but presence. Legends rose among sailors of the region. Fishermen whispered of nights when their nets returned scorched, strands blackened as though brushed by invisible flame. Some swore to see red glows beneath the surface, drifting rectangles that resembled hangar doors. Pilots reported radios crackling at altitude, bursts of static forming patterns that resembled Morse, though no signals were scheduled. These whispers claimed the Akagi never sank fully. She carried her fire downward, her shadow alive in silence. What unsettles most is the symmetry. At Pearl Harbor, she unleashed fire upon others. At Midway, fire returned upon her. Yet both halves feel connected, as though her story was written in flame from the beginning. Her name means Red Castle, and some sailors insist she still lives up to it. An ember beneath black water, a fortress that burns without consuming. Consider this now. Imagine descending 2 miles through dark Pacific water. Light fades, silence deepens, and then a vast shadow rises. Your torch strikes steel blackened yet whole, scorch marks that should have dissolved decades ago. You move closer, and your beam flickers. Ahead lies a hangar door, half open. Inside you glimpse shapes, wings, tails, folded metal, and then faintly, you hear it a crackle, low and persistent, like fire clinging to wood. Do you believe it? Do you flee? Or do you keep listening, certain the ship has more to tell? The Akagi remains a paradox. She was built for fire, destroyed by fire, yet still remembered as fire that endures. She is not gone. She lingers, her wreck less ruin than altar, her silence less absence than continuation. Perhaps flame does not die when steel remembers. Perhaps below, the Akagi still burns. Some wrecks unsettle by their violence, others by their silence. The German Greff Zeppelin, never completed, belongs to a stranger category, an absence that still behaves as presence. She was intended to be Germany's only aircraft carrier, a vessel vast enough to alter the balance of seas. Her hull rose, her hangars stretched, her guns bristled, but she never sailed into the war for which she was made. Instead, she lingered half-built, half-dream, until scuttled and lost. And yet, her shadow endures. When she was moored in port during the war, guards stationed nearby spoke uneasily of sounds. At night, when her decks lay empty, they swore they heard the whine of engines, the thrum of propellers that did not exist. The wind through her hangars carried tones too steady to be random, like the faint echo of planes she never launched. Lanterns swayed though no breeze moved. Footsteps rang along rails left unworn by boots. Even incomplete, she behaved as though already alive. When she was scuttled, observers described her descent as wrong. Instead of listing, she lowered herself evenly, her decks vanishing flat against the horizon. Some swore the water rippled outward in perfect circles, expanding with precision as though measured. She did not sink in ruin, she sank in order. Decades later, divers exploring her wreck described corridors intact, stairs rising into nothing, walls stretching into void. One diver wrote, "It felt less like ruin, more like blueprint." Another claimed his lights revealed shadows not cast by him, straight lines falling where no walls stood, as if the ship carried echoes of structures never completed. Instruments malfunctioned. Gauges showed depth shifting. Compasses spun faintly. Cameras glitched with streaks of light. Some photographs later revealed arcs in the water, pale bands that resembled runway lights stretching into dark. The Gref Zeppelin became a legend. Fishermen crossing her sight told of nets snagging on nothing, ropes tugged as though caught by invisible machinery. Some swore their radios hissed faintly at night, bursts forming rhythms like signals. Locals whispered that on still evenings, when the sea glassed over, faint rectangles of light glowed beneath, as though her hangars opened briefly before vanishing again. What unsettles most is not what she was, but what she never became. She never launched aircraft, never fought, never proved her strength, yet she remains, behaving as if she had lived those missions, carrying echoes of events that never occurred. Divers who entered her reported disorientation, a sense of walking into memory not their own. One swore he dreamed afterward of aircraft rising from her deck, black silhouettes soaring into skies that never saw them. He insisted the dream was not his imagination, but the ship's unfinished future pressing into his mind. The Gref Zeppelin is absence made presence, blueprint made shadow. She proves that the sea does not archive only what was, but what could have been. She is an artifact of potential, suspended between design and reality, and perhaps that is why she lingers, why instruments fail, why divers retreat. She does not rest because she never lived. She waits for something she was denied, her silence stretched thin with possibility. Now picture this. Imagine walking down a corridor 200 feet below water. Your light falls upon steel, but beyond it you see more, a shadow of walls not built, outlines stretching into dark. You step forward, and the corridor seems longer. Behind you sound carries too sharply, footsteps repeating though you walk alone. You feel then a pressure on your chest, not depth, but presence, as though the ship herself is bending the world to remind you of what she should have been. Do you run, or do you continue, knowing you are walking not in history but in potential memory? The Gref Zeppelin is more than wreck. She is the persistence of a dream denied, proof that even what never lived can haunt. Beneath black water, she waits, blueprint turned shadow, shadow turned presence. The American battleship USS Missouri was not just steel and guns. She was stage, witness, symbol. On her decks in 1945, Japan surrendered, and the world's greatest war ended. Photographs show officers signing papers, flags draped, pens scratching history into permanence. But those who served aboard after swore the ship herself absorbed that moment, carrying it into silence like a ghost sealed in metal. Sailors described footsteps, echoing at night, too many for the number of men on duty. Some said the boards of her deck creaked in rhythm, as though a march still lingered, invisible lines of soldiers passing in review. Guards posted near the surrender deck reported faint strains of music, marches, hymns, even bugle calls, though no band played. Once, during a midnight watch, a petty officer swore he heard applause roll across the deck, soft and steady, as though the surrender ceremony were happening again in shadows. The Missouri fought in Korea, Vietnam, even the Gulf War, guns thunderous, presence commanding. Yet, At each stop she carried her silence. Men aboard during later tours said they felt it pressing down. History too heavy, memory too loud. Radio sometimes crackled with phantom signals, bursts of static that resolved into voices only half heard. One sailor claimed he heard his own name, spoken in a voice not of his crew, but of someone decades gone. When she was decommissioned and moored as a memorial at Pearl Harbor, unease persisted. Tourists crossing her decks reported chills even under blazing sun. Some said their photographs blurred only near the surrender site, figures fading as though erased. Guides whispered of lights flickering in sealed compartments, shadows moving where no one stood. Technicians servicing her systems complained of circuits sparking in patterns too rhythmic, too steady, like signals repeating themselves. Divers beneath her hull noted strangeness as well. The water felt thicker, darker, as though the ocean itself acknowledged the weight above. Some swore they heard faint tolling, like bells striking beneath the waves. Others described pressure building suddenly in their chests, easing only once they surfaced. The Missouri carries no tragic sinking, no violent ruin, yet she unsettles as much as wrecks that lie deep, because she endures, because she waits, because her silence is not absence but continuation. She is both ship and stage, steel and memory, and she seems unwilling to release the weight of what occurred upon her decks. Consider this now. Imagine walking her halls at night. The ship is quiet, museum dark, corridors empty. Your footsteps echo. Then you hear it. Soft music, distant voices, the scrape of chairs moving. You turn a corner, and the sound fades, replaced by silence heavy as stone. You know no one is there, and yet you know you are not alone. The Missouri proves that even ships which survive can haunt. She reminds us that memory can be louder than destruction, that presence can linger not in ruin, but in endurance. She is steel alive with echoes, a ship still standing as guardian of a moment the world cannot release. If the Missouri represents endurance, then the Yamashiro represents descent. An emperor's fortress swallowed whole. She was a Japanese battleship of immense size, her silhouette rising like a mountain above the waves. In the Battle of Surigao Strait, she met her end, caught in a trap of torpedoes and gunfire, and her death is remembered less for the violence than for the way she fell. Sailors who witnessed the battle spoke of shadows. Amid fire and smoke, they swore they saw figures walking her decks, silhouettes steady even as explosions tore across steel. Some described them as men in uniform, others as shapes too tall, too deliberate to be human. Survivors said her final moments stretched unnaturally, seconds feeling like hours, as though time itself slowed to mark her fall. One officer recalled that the horizon bent, the stars above wavering as if pulled toward the ship. When she capsized, the sea shuddered. Those in lifeboats described whirlpools forming around her, not random but precise, circles spinning as though the water itself performed ritual. For hours afterward, bubbles rose in columns, lines that looked like scripts written across the surface. Fishermen years later claimed that those patterns still appear during certain tides, foaming arcs that dissolve too quickly for natural current. Divers who have searched for her wreck describe unease that begins before descent. Compasses spin faintly near her sight. Depth gauges flicker. Once below, the water grows dark, vision shortening as though the sea thickens. Inside her hull, silence presses down. One diver reported hearing faint chanting, low and steady, though no words could be made out. Another claimed to feel footsteps vibrating through steel beneath his hands, as though the decks were still walked by unseen crew. Legends grew among locals. They whispered that on certain nights, lanterns dimmed near the site, flames shrinking though no wind stirred. Some claimed to see pale lights beneath the surface, drifting shapes that glowed faintly before vanishing. Others spoke of hearing bells toll across the water, though no ships passed. The Yamashiro is remembered as the first battleship sunk in history by torpedoes at night, but in myth she is remembered as something more, a vessel that did not simply fall, but descended in ceremony. The sea did not just swallow her, it received her, and in that reception lies mystery. Consider it. A ship so vast it bent the horizon, now lying silent beneath. Imagine descending through black water, your light striking outlines immense. Decks sprawled, guns silent yet angled outward. You enter a corridor, and the air feels thick, pressure more than depth. You hear it then, a faint murmur, low and steady, like voices carrying through walls. Do you retreat? Or do you step deeper, knowing you are not alone? The Yamashiro remains a presence not because of what she was, but because of how she fell. She reminds us that endings can feel like rituals, that the sea does not only consume but sometimes enshrines. She is not simply a wreck, she is a ceremony that never finished, echoing still beneath black water. The American USS Indianapolis is remembered for tragedy. Hundreds of men adrift in open water, the sea turning against them. But the ship herself carries mysteries too heavy for statistics. She was a cruiser vast in scale, her decks long, her presence commanding. She delivered parts of the atomic bomb to Tinian, a mission sealed in secrecy, then sailed into her fate. On the night she was struck by torpedoes, survivors recalled not just explosions, but a silence that followed too swiftly, too complete. The sea seemed to hush, the wind stilling, as though the world itself paused. One man swore the stars blurred above, faint streaks across the sky, though no storm brewed. Another remembered feeling pressure in his chest, even before the water closed, an invisible weight that made breathing difficult, as though the ship's fall had pulled the air from the night itself. When she sank, men clinging to debris reported seeing light beneath the water. At first they believed it was fire, sparks from the wreck, but the glow continued, faint rectangles that resembled decks, pale beams drifting upward, vanishing when touched. Some swore they heard low groans, sounds that rolled through the water like distant thunder. Hours passed, yet the noises repeated, as though the ship below still breathed. The horror that followed, days adrift, men lost to thirst, exposure, predators, overshadowed these details. But those who survived never forgot the ship's presence. They said she seemed to linger beneath them, her shadow vast, her pull inescapable. One man confessed decades later, it felt as if she was still with us, as if we floated not on the sea, but above her deck. When her wreck was found in 2017, the unease returned. Explorers described her lying at depth in eerie composition, bow and stern separated, but still commanding. Lights revealed details too clear, paint visible, numbers sharp, yet instruments faltered, gauges froze for moments, cameras glitched, beams narrowed inexplicably. One diver reported hearing faint knocks echoing through steel, rhythmic enough to resemble code. Another swore he saw shadows move across a corridor, figures blurred but human in outline. Legends now attach themselves. Fishermen near her site tell of nets tearing on calm seas, ropes ripped as though snagged by hands below. Some claim to hear muffled booms at night, echoes of torpedoes replaying in endless loop. Others whisper of seeing lights glimmer faintly in the deep, like lanterns pacing slowly, too deliberate for chance. The Indianapolis unsettles not only for her story of loss, but for the way she resists silence. She carried one of history's most secret missions, then vanished into shadow. Yet she feels less gone than suspended, as though her duty continues in the dark. Survivors spoke of being haunted not by sharks, but by the sense that their ship never released them. And perhaps she never has. Consider this. Imagine drifting in open water, nothing but horizon, no land, no rescue. Beneath you, silence, endless depth. Then you feel it. The sense of vastness just below, shadow larger than anything human. You kick, but your body slows, as though something heavy holds you above itself. You look down, and for an instant you see it, faint outlines, rails, decks. You blink, and it is gone. Yet you know it is still there. The Indianapolis teaches that ruin does not erase. It teaches that silence can continue to speak. She remains not as wreck alone, but as presence, an absence that exerts weight. A ship still keeping hold of the men she carried into history. If the Missouri carried echoes of surrender, if the Yamashiro fell as ritual, if the Indianapolis lingers as shadow, then the Royal Oak is different still. She lies at Scarpa Flow, resting in shallow water, a wreck turned memorial, yet she is no ordinary ruin. She is a grave that breathes, Like Afford, in 1939, a German submarine slipped into the anchorage and loosed torpedoes. The Royal Oak rolled, tore open, and within minutes over 800 men were lost. Silence followed, but not empty silence. Survivors clinging to debris swore the sea around them vibrated, not with battle, not with thunder, but with a hum deep and low, as though the ship herself groaned from within. Even those who escaped felt the sound in their bones, a resonance that clung for years. When divers descended days later, they reported eerie stillness. The water inside was colder than the sea outside, visibility dim as if light refused to enter. One diver swore he heard bells tolling through his headset, though no bells had been struck. Another claimed he saw shadows moving across the hull, shapes too steady to be silt or fish. The ship felt less like ruin, more like chamber, alive with unseen presence. To this day, oil still seeps from her hull. Locals call it her tears. Droplets rise slowly, forming black ribbons across the surface, shimmering as though lit from beneath. Visitors to her memorial describe the sight as beautiful, but many admit unease. They say the oil spreads too evenly, drifting in patterns that resemble writing before dissolving. Some claim the smell carries faintly across the air, metallic, bitter, as though the ship still exhales. Technicians monitoring the wreck confirm anomalies. Hydrophones pick up faint tones, low and pulsing, distinct from natural current. Some describe the sound as knocking, others as heartbeat. Instruments often glitch near the wreck, compasses wavering, gauges refusing to settle. Divers tasked with maintaining her memorial cross say they feel watched within, the silence so complete it feels deliberate, like walls listening. Legends persist in Orkney. Locals whisper that on still nights, footsteps echo across the harbour, slow and deliberate. Some claim to hear faint bugle calls, drifting over water, though no ships lie near. Others insist they've seen lights beneath the surface, lantern-like glows moving across decks, shadows pacing in formation. These are dismissed as tricks of current, but the stories remain. What sets the Royal Oak apart is the way she blurs memory and presence. She is not simply a wreck scattered on the seabed. She is whole enough to feel intact, ruin and vessel at once. Her decks remain beneath, her compartments still sealed, her bodies still entombed. She is grave and guardian both, carrying not just memory but weight. And that weight lingers above her, pressing on all who visit. Imagine now standing at her memorial, the sea still, the night calm. You look down and see oil rising, bead by bead. The air is quiet, yet your ears fill with faint vibration, like tone below hearing. You close your eyes, and it grows louder, pressing against your chest, aligning with your heartbeat. For an instant you feel not yourself but her, a ship vast, wounded, yet unyielding. Do you step back, or do you listen longer, risking the silence pressing deeper into you? The Royal Oak proves that some ships do not simply vanish. They remain half in water, half in memory, pulsing through time. She lies beneath Scarpa Flow, silent yet speaking, her tears rising endlessly, her hum echoing still. She is gone, and yet she waits. The Queen Mary arrives in memory like an entire harbour made of iron, her decks wide as plazas, her funnels towering like pillars. Built for speed and converted for war, she carried the shape of a nation across the North Sea, a ship whose silhouette cut the horizon and made the water fall differently around her. At Jutland she met a fate that is recorded in logs and made myth in mouths, a flash, a roar, then rupture. Yet what remains less often described is the quality of quiet that followed, an absence not of noise, but of expectation, as if the sea itself recoiled and then refused to resume ordinary sound. Those who survived that night spoke in the language of small, precise details. The way a boot's tread sounded after the blast, the particular arc of a splinter as it fell through lantern light, the odd stillness that descended so suddenly that men said their thoughts went quiet before their bodies did. Divers who later visited her bones described corridors where the silt lay in sheets, as if someone had smoothed it. No tumble, no scatter, merely a gentle fall, so that her form read not like ruins, but like a diorama. Equipment remained aligned in ways that suggested order, as if whatever tore her apart had stopped mid-motion to admire what it had done. When the wreck was photographed, the images seemed to contradict expectation. Where one might expect chaos, bent plates, twisted scaffolding, there were lines that suggested deliberation. A gun turret pointing inward, a mast folded like a closed palm, a deck plate angled, just so. Instruments lowered into her shadow returned readings that sometimes staggered, then corrected themselves. Compasses spun for an instant, and then stilled. Divers reported a sensation more than an observation, a pressure, not entirely physical, that pressed against the ribs and sternum, a heaviness that made breath feel borrowed. One veteran who went down described a sound captured only by memory, a long low note, like the sustained toll of a bell, heard through wool. He said it was not mechanical, it carried cadence, a measure that felt almost like language. Local fishermen still tell small stories, how nets snag, where charts promise nothing, how a line will pull hard for a breath, and then slack, as if someone has released it. They speak of watches stopping without reason, and of dogs on shore that will lift their heads and whine toward the water for no visible cause. These are quiet anecdotes, passed along with coffee and rough bread, but together they shape a pattern. The Queen Mary did not vanish into random wreckage. She folded into the deep, with a shape that resisted simple decay. Her absence became a presence. There is something to be said about places where men have stood together in ceremony, and how those places retain the weight of that gathering. The Queen Mary carried more than ordnance. She carried the accumulation of countless small acts, shoes tied, letters sealed, hands lost, jokes told in the rain. Perhaps the ocean keeps such accumulations as a ledger. Perhaps in places where the ledger is thick enough, a ship's end becomes not the last line, but the next chapter. To stand on a bridge and look at the place she went down, is to feel that chapter still open, a sentence being rewritten in tides and sonar returns. If you imagine standing at dusk over black water, watch for a certain quality of movement, not the high obvious chopping of waves, but the slow almost patient roll, like a hand turning a page. Some say that in the long winters when the sea is glass, you can see not only oil or wreckage, but faint outlines, like the shadow of a street map, overlaid on water. They say the outlines shift, not randomly, but in ways that look like alignment, a prow, a line of gun muzzles, a trace of deck. It is a subtle visual, easy to dismiss. Yet the men who saw it did not dismiss it. They described again and again the same impression, that the Queen Mary, though broken, had left behind a grammar, a way of being wreck and not simply ruin, a manner of waiting that the sea keeps reciting. So the Queen Mary rests, and in resting she seems to insist on being read. She resists being simplified into bullet points or casualty lists. Her silence is a kind of punctuation, not an end mark, but an ellipsis stretching across the water. When you listen for her, when you let the ordinary noises of your room drop away, you might find a thin patient tone rising, barely audible. It may be your heater, the distant hum of traffic, the clock, or it may be the sea rehearsing the memory of a ship that once moved like a small city, and now lies folded into silt and story. Either way, the impression remains. Some departures are compositions, and some wrecks are not empty places, but stages that continue to hold rehearsal. The Derflinger is a different kind of giant, a vessel whose name carries the smell of coal and the clank of boilers, a battle cruiser that moved with the stern deliberation of a metal beast. She lived through Jutland, bearing scars that read like a map of the night's violence. Where others disintegrated into legend, she survived, returned to dockyards, and carried her damage like a memory pressed into skin. Survivors and dockworkers alike told of odd occurrences that made them whisper, flashes of heat in closed compartments, tools misplacing themselves only to be found in precise alignments, clocks that stopped and started again in patterns. Those who explored her remains decades after described her as behaving like a ledger of time, a surface where moments had been pressed and did not fully release. In one compartment, a plate lay half pried back, but still attached by a single rivet. In another, a length of rope curled into the shape of a letter, Divers reported the sensation that the ship's interior resisted casual movement. To step through felt like stepping into a room where someone had just left. Lights they lowered dimmed, as if passing through fabric. Sound seemed to come and go not by distance but by discretion, as though the ship chose when to answer. There is an odd human detail that recurs in these accounts, the sense that the ship preserves gestures. Men who had once served aboard or met her in dock would later recognize postures in images taken of her wreck, angles of railings that matched the way a sailor once leaned to light a cigarette, a hatch positioned exactly where a man had stooped to tie a boot. It is an uncanny mapping, like the persistence of handwriting on paper, left in sunlight. Engineers who studied her plates found corrosion patterns in strange regularity, streaks that suggested flow and not decay, as though something had been dragged across the surface and then held there. Whatever power we ascribe to such impressions, psychology, suggestion, or something stranger, the Derflinger shaped them into a pattern no observer could wholly dismiss. Fishermen in harbours where she once docked speak now of a subtle tidal memory, a small swell that arrives slightly out of phase with the tide, a ripple that does not match wind nor schedule. They call it the ship's echo, and treat it like superstition until new sailors, fresh from training, point it out, surprised and unsettled. To stand before such a wreck is to confront the thin line between artifact and living thing. The Derflinger's plates are inert. They do not move. Yet those who pass the place where she rests insist there is motion of a different kind, motion of attention, as if the hull still listens. Systems fail there, compasses misalign, lights flicker, depth gauges twitch. No one can explain why. The effect is cumulative, a dozen small anomalies piling into the single large impression that the ship remains engaged with the world above and around her. So she lies, a persistence of intent rather than a heap of metal. The Derflinger is a vessel that resisted being written off, resisted, until fate wrote a different line for her. Now her resistance reads as a text left open. When you think of those who walked her decks, men warming hands on railings, passing bread in early dawn, signing logs in cramped cabins, imagine those gestures catching in steel and not falling free. The wreck becomes a museum of pauses, a place where small human moments still hang in the weight of rust and seam. The Cyclops is not a grand battleship with towering guns. She is an enormous freighter, a name that settles uneasily on the tongue because of what happened to her. One moment a hull sliding through Caribbean light, the next, nothing. Official records list her as lost, her manifest noted, her crew memorialized. But over the century since she vanished, the absence around her has accrued details that feel less like paperwork and more like suggestion. Radios that crackled with fragments on certain nights. Ships crossing her projected lane, reporting compasses drifting. A strange sleepiness that sometimes wrapped small ports when the sea lay glass. Her disappearance lacks the theatre of battle. There is no blast, no recorded collision. She simply did not arrive. That absence became a kind of presence. Families of the lost spoke of letters arriving late, envelopes unopened until a day too late, as if the ship had paused the world before dissolving it. Sailors tell stories of a slow fog that would sometimes rise in the early hours where she was last known, a mist that crawled over decks and muffled sound, until radios went silent. Fishermen who plied the route said their lines would go limp suddenly, as if something had steadied the sea itself. Researchers sent after her found only hints, debris fields inconsistent with known currents, an oil smear that mapped oddly for tidal flows, a life preserver in a harbour well inland from any expected drift. Instruments behaved oddly in the broader region. Depth sounders returned echoes twice over, sonar images showing shadows where no wreck lay. One acoustic technician swore his recordings captured a low mechanical thrum, like an engine winding down, repeated at intervals across days. Others argued for atmospheric anomalies, for magnetic anomalies. None offered a comfortable closure. There is a peculiar human effect around disappearances like the Cyclops. Stories acquire gravity. People begin to see patterns where there may be none. A reflection like a second sky in a puddle becomes a sign. An oddly folded newspaper becomes a map. The Cyclops' vanishing fed this hunger for pattern. Her memory is stitched from recollection and speculation, and the seam is hard to find. Yet those who lived close to the shipping lanes that once carried her swear that when fog hangs heavy and lights smear across in silver, the air grows different, thicker, as if waiting for something to pass. They hush then, as if listening for steps that never return. What ties these threads together? Grand battleships like the Queen Mary, armored veterans like the Derflinger, and vanished giants like the Cyclops, is not scale but the quality of persistence. Each leaves an impression, not merely of loss but of ongoing presence, a sense that the sea archives more than wreckage. It keeps shape, cadence, accident and ritual, and in doing so, it transforms endings into continuations. In the half-light, when you let your ordinary world go quiet, you might find a thin vibration beneath everything, a small patient tone that could be wiring wind or time, or it could be the sea, rehearsing the outline of a hull that once cut it, insisting that what was great once remain in some manner, still great. There is a tendency to imagine that monsters at sea must be dramatic. Torpedoes, flares, explosions. But sometimes the largest mysteries are the ones that arrive in small repeated facts. The Fuso, vast and dignified, moved across waves, with the confidence of a creature accustomed to being obeyed. When she left port for the night of battle that would unmake her, those who watched her cutting the water said simply that the silhouette seemed wrong in the light, stretched, somehow longer than memory allowed. Afterward came reports of her breakup that read like ordinary history, hits, list, capsizing. Yet survivors would later speak more about sensation than chronology, a lurch of time, a slow motion that took hold of the moment and held it too long. Divers working on her rest site years later spoke of passages where sound vanished suddenly. 1 minute a radio chattered, the next, silence. It was not the hiss of equipment failing, but a pocket, a small room within which noise did not travel. Men reported losing track of time in those spots. A light would be raised, and men would be surprised to find hours passed. Tools in pockets would shift positions precisely between dives. Cameras recorded frames where light bent oddly, glints elongating into bars, as if the hull itself pulled at photons. The Fuso's wreck gives the impression of a place that rearranges perception, not by violence but by persistence. Metals align, corrosion patterns form in straight lines, and silt piles in ridges more like scaffolding than sediment. Instruments that pass over these ridges register anomalies. A magnetometer reads a signature that does not match steel fatigue. A depth gauge fluctuates as though crossing a thermal seam. Divers who linger report sleepless nights afterward, dreams of long corridors and figures moving just out of reach, a psychological residue perhaps, or the hull's way of continuing to move. Across ports where the Fuso once made her name, there are stories of small things, a radio picking up a faint carrier wave that resolves into nothing, a dock worker smelling cordite in a windless afternoon, a dog that will not cross a gangplank even when urged. These details accrue into a single effect. The ship's memory is not epic but domestic. It lives in the small humiliations and private horrors of those who touched her last, loose buttons, a scarf left on a rail, a handwriting smudge in a logbook. The sea keeps these intimacies and folds them back into the wreck in ways engineers cannot quantify. If the sea archives human scale as well as mechanical scale, then it archives gestures. A captain's steady hand on a wheel, a cook's whistle, a boy's glance across mess. These tiny acts, repeated daily across decks and years, seem to lodge in metal like splinters. When the vessel ends, the sea does not erase the splinters. It preserves them in pressure, in magnetic seams, in patterns of silt. The Fuso is a demonstration of that preservation, a ship whose end has left a script of small human things that refuse to disintegrate. So this chapter closes on a single idea. The ocean is patient and accumulating. It does not merely consume, it composes. Whether through the dramatic collapse of a battlecruiser, the organized silence of a raised hull, the baffling absence of a freighter, or the intimate residue of a battleship's last day, the sea keeps its own reading of events. It layers them, repeats them, and in places where the ledger is thick, it offers us not finality but continuation. When you go back to the quiet of your own room, and the ordinary hum of life returns, listen. There is a small steady vibration beneath it all, maybe wires, maybe your refrigerator, maybe the city, or maybe, if you are patient, you will hear a longer cadence, the slow, persistent rhythm of a ship that will not be allowed to finish its fall. The first thing to understand about the Dreadnought is that she changed the rules. In her time, she was not merely a ship, but a concept made manifest. One hull that rendered others obsolete. A single vessel whose name became the adjective for an era. Men boarded her with pride, and left her with stories that hardened into doctrine. Yet the end of that story was not a dramatic explosion, or an honored grave beneath the waves. She was dismantled, cut into plates and rivets, the bones recycled into new things. And still, for those who knew where to listen, the Dreadnought never quite went away. There are two ways a ship can persist. One is physical, a wreck lying underwater, outline preserved, hooks for divers to snag their lines on. The other is a memory that organizes matter after it is gone. Joints that remember where they fit, metal that holds the trace of hands, the ghost geometry of a deck. The Dreadnought belongs to the latter. Men who worked on her demolition wrote odd things in margin notes. How a girder hung in the air, a fraction too long when pried, as if reluctant to leave its place. How a crane would not swing free over a certain belly of the hull, until the crew sang a shipboard song to steady hands. These are small details, bureaucratic almost, but in accumulation they become a pattern. The ship's architecture resisted forgetting. Engineers who later studied plates, salvaged from her, tell another kind of story. Corrosion patterns on some cut segments didn't follow expected lines. Instead of random pitting where salt should eat at metal, there were bands, almost calligraphic strokes, that suggested strain and release recorded over years. A welder who handled a salvaged plate once said, in a voice that lowered with memory, that the metal felt warm at one edge, though it lay in a cold yard. Scientists shrug and offer thermal explanations, but the men with hands on steel tend to repeat what they felt, that sometimes metal keeps what has been done to it like a wound keeps memory. There are other oddities too, stories that lap like small waves against the hull of fact. Old shipwrights tell of drawbridges and gangplanks that creaked long after the last boots left them, timbers in museums that smelled faintly of tar at times when tar should have vanished. Tourists visiting naval yards often report a sensation they struggle to name, a compulsion to look at a particular angle of a plate, an inexplicable certainty they once stood in that precise place in another life. Psychologists call it pattern recognition, sailors call it legacy. Both might be right, both might be missing the point, because ships are collections of repeated gestures, turning a wheel, knotting a line, checking a gauge. Those gestures get impressed upon the material. The Dreadnought carried millions of them, each morning rinse of decks, each shouted order, each small private act, a cigarette stub tucked into a crevice, a folded letter left under a bolt, adds weight. When the vessel is broken, the sea and the scrap yards do not simply erase these gestures. They keep shapes of them in pattern and pressure. You could call it sentimentality, you could call it physics. The result is the same. The Dreadnought continues to press its shape into the world. At night, when the yards are empty and cranes stand like sleeping insects, men who watch the moon over the water sometimes report hearing an odd slow vibration, like a distant engine idling. It might be industrial hum, the earth shifting, or the echo of the first internal combustion engines reading themselves like a faint memory through new steel. But those attentive to such things describe it as the ship rehearsing herself, a low tonal hum that mirrors the rhythm of a hull that once moved at speed across a North Sea that had no patience for idleness. If you know the habit, you can find traces of the Dreadnought in unexpected places. A park bench built from her timber seems to slope in a way that makes you sit at a slant. A statue cast from her salvaged metal throws a shadow that aligns with the angle of her once proud bow at certain times of day. Small people, children who climb these monuments, sometimes freeze in place, as if listening. When asked what they heard, they say simply, a hum. Adults smile and explain wind, but the smile is often thin. There is a peculiar hush that gathers around objects that once belonged to something vast, a sense that even in fragments, an organism of habit continues its rounds. So the dreadnought ends not with a single last note, but with a score distributed across time and object. She taught navies to build differently, and then she taught the world how stubborn a name can be. Her removal from the water did not dissolve her, it redistributed her. The metal remembers, the patterns refuse simple entropy, and the places she touched keep an after-smell of tar and oil. If late at night, the warehouse lights flicker and you feel an inexplicable nudge to the ribs, to your sternum as if someone has taken your pulse, consider that it may be nothing but wires. Or consider that the echo of a vessel that once compelled the world to remake itself still hums faintly in the bones we made from her. Few modern museum ships arrest a crowd the way the USS New Jersey does. She is massive in ways a photograph cannot convey. She is weight made visible. People step aboard, and something in their shoulders shifts, as if the ship's mass rearranges how they hold themselves. There are practical reasons for the effect. Scale, presence. But there are also smaller, less explainable ones. Veterans who come below decks and find their breath catch at a doorway. A decade-old child who stands at the rail and weeps without knowing why. The New Jersey carries a catalogue of ceremonies, declarations, reunions, quiet watches, and these rituals are not idle. They compact. They make the steel dense with habit. The ship's galleries are curated to show ordnance and logbooks, but the most telling exhibits are the everyday ones. A pan with salt crust in its lip, a personal locker with a photograph still tucked behind a door, a set of dog tags that have become smooth with touch. Visitors linger there. They do not always know why. Curators will tell you that the artifacts accrue aura through proximity to narrative. That is true. But they will also lower their voice and say that sometimes the ship answers back. Alarms will chirp, though disconnected. Spotlights will flare then wink out, and instruments unchanged for years will record an odd rhythmic blip. Technicians explain with circuits and humidity. Yet the ship's men, those who once slept in her bunks and woke to her list, speak of presence. It is common in ship narratives to anthropomorphize the hull size. The deck remembers. With the New Jersey, such terms feel less like turns of phrase and more like navigation. Men who served aboard report occasional sensory slips. The sound of an engine room hum when there is no engine. The smell of diesel in an HVAC system years cold. Some say they feel a pressure behind the sternum like familiar hands. An involuntary recognition that the ship's rhythm is familiar because it has been synchronized with theirs. Captain's logs from her active days record similar language. A deck that breathed, a compulsion to wash the rail at certain hours, a security detail called by a sound no one could otherwise explain. Documentation and superstition entangle. The New Jersey also exposes how memory organizes itself geographically. Certain corridors, the mess aft, the forward turret passage, are dense with recollection. Photographs taken in these spaces often show a slight blur at the edges, an optical fuzz that scientists call motion artifact, but sailors call the ship's edge. Students of perception would say that this is suggestion turned into detail. You expect something remarkable, so you see it, perhaps. But there are too many convergent reports to dismiss outright. Multiple witnesses, across time, naming the same narrow spaces as sites of prickling unease or comfort. On memorial nights, the ship becomes a theatre of ritual. Flags are raised, bugles sound, and 100 stories pressed together, like pages in a book. The ship accepts these pages, and then rereads them in the quiet. An engine room empty but for a light. A passage littered with the salt of late-night tears. People describe feeling observed, not by the living, but by the accumulation of all previous watchers. It is the sensation of walking into a room where everyone you have ever loved is standing in line. You know you are late, and their patience compresses you into being watchful. What is the ontology of such presence? Is it cultural, an artifact of stone and story, or is it physical, some complex interaction of residual radio waves, metallic resonance, and environmental feedback? The truth may be both. The New Jersey is a node where matter and meaning conspire. She holds ritual tightly and returns it as sensation. If you step aboard the New Jersey at dusk, when crowds melt and the gangway side closed, stand for a moment at the rail and place your hand on her steel. Feel its cool, its texture. Now breathe slowly. The air will smell of salt and varnish, and you may think of engines and orders and younger hands. If your breathing aligns with the memory she keeps, you will feel a small steadiness settle in your chest, as if the ship has acknowledged you. It is an odd comfort, a giant of metal, that having been built for war, now offers a harbor to those who come to remember. Modern carriers have an aura of their own, immense flight decks, corridors that hum with electricity, lives organized around cycles of launch and recovery. The Admiral Kuznetsov, flawed and weathered, presents that aura bound with a peculiar kind of instability. Launched with ceremony, and later dogged by mechanical failures and stray fires, she is a ship whose reputation has become a long footnote of misfortune. Yet there is a different kind of persistence that grows out of inefficiency, where intended motion is interrupted, memory gathers. A ship that is delayed again and again becomes more present in the minds of those who tend her. The Kuznetsov's deck is a palimpsest, marks of airplanes, repaintings, scorched traces where fires were fought, grooves worn by cranes and ropes. Men who worked on her during repair periods describe a sensation that runs beneath concrete and steel, a low, irregular tremor in the hull that cannot be traced to engines alone. It is a residual wobble, a memory of stress that the ship carries into calm. Welders report sparks that arc in odd trajectories, not radial from contact, but angled as if answering an internal geometry. These are the kinds of details that technicians log in footnotes, and men retell in mess halls. Each has its explanation, each has its doubt. Port workers have other small things to report. When the Kuznetsov's anchors release at night, the water around her mouth sometimes runs with a strange shimmer, light on oil, no, on something thinner, a sheen that moves as if with purpose. Fishermen tell of nets that come up strained in the wake of the carrier, though no known obstruction should be present. Radios aboard adjacent vessels pick up fragments of music, slowed, warped tunes that resemble broadcast signals from nowhere. Technicians call it interference. Men who have watched the ship for years call it her voice. There are psychological effects, too. Sailors attached to long, irregular deployments aboard the Kuznetsov often speak of time that does not settle, sleep patterns stutter, dreams return to the same corridor, and the deck's geometry repeats itself in nightmares. Psychologists will point to stress and the circadian confusion of long missions, but what they do not always account for is how habit and metal loop together, the repetition of a watch, the rhythm of a catwalk, the soft click of a hatch closing every evening. These small mechanical rituals can anchor a person to a place. When the ship later behaves unpredictably, the dissonance lodges in the body. What interests those who study haunted or persistent spaces is not just anecdote but pattern. The Kuznetsov provides an economy of small anomalies that network into a larger impression. Lights that flare in the hangar, though switches are off. A diesel scent in sealed compartments. A compass that drifts more near her hull than at a distance. Taken alone, each oddity might be engineering quirk. Taken together, they form an architecture of unease. If you stand on the quay while she is docked, cold, wet, salt air, cranes like slow, angular birds, watch how men move around her. They are careful, not because of superstition, but because the ship's scale imposes a discipline of attention. You will notice them pause more than is necessary, glance at the deck as if expecting an answer, then move on. Those pauses are the ship's currency. She spends them sparingly, but she spends them in the months when she underwent repair, and the dockyard filled with murmurs. One foreman noted, almost to himself, that the ship seemed to be breathing differently. Air flowed in corridors in slight gusts though ventilation was off. A draft arranged itself in such a way that papers on benches would align like rows of salt. Men laughed nervously, and continued, "Ships are complicated." But later, late at night, when the yard emptied, the same foreman would pause at the gate, and swear he heard a low, uneven throb, as if the hull remembered a propulsion that never quite engaged. The Kuznetsov asks a question about modern giants. When the machine is incomplete or ill, does its unfinishedness call attention more than its presence would have otherwise? The answer may be practical. We notice breakdown because it disrupts routine. But the metaphysical reading is harder to dismiss, that interruptions create a space where memory lodges, and memory, like silt, accumulates until a form returns. If you stand close enough and hold your breath, you may catch, for a heartbeat, the ship's irregular rhythm. It will not be pretty, it will be insistently alive. There are ships whose ends are dramatic, and ships whose ends are quiet and stubborn. The Conte di Cavour, modernized, refitted, and then kept in a long shadow of bureaucratic fate, is the sort of vessel whose silence reads like a judgment. She sailed with the dignity of an ancestor, and returned to a dockyard where decisions about her fate made her linger in a kind of administrative limbo. Limbo is not neutral, it becomes a place where things ferment. Workers who stripped her for updates found compartments that felt wrong to explore, ladders that led to sealed panels, hatches that resisted opening until a tool was warmed in a man's hand. They spoke of corrosion that had formed in tidy, almost ornamental arcs, streaks that did not behave like natural rot, but like deliberate inscription. Mechanics told of welds that shivered when struck, producing a bell-like tone that hung too long in the air. Such tones are the music of a ship, objecting to disassembly. Mariners tell a quieter story. During trials and pauses in routine, the Conte di Cavour would hang in port, and appear larger than her measurements suggested. On certain grey mornings her silhouette thickened, the bow seemed more prodigious, the superstructure more crowded than the blueprints would allow. Photographers who took images at dawn later reviewed them, and found slight anomalies in shadow, angles that bent a fraction off from straight lines. These were tiny optical misalignments. Some claimed they were photographic artifacts. But again the repeat witnesses, those who had watched the ship at every hour, report the same distortion. The local fishermen around shipyards have a vocabulary for such moments. They speak of a slow tide, a motion of water that arrives minutes ahead of charted prediction. They tie it to ships in long pause. They say the hulls waiting in port teach the water to hesitate. I do not claim a causality. I offer the observation that places of waiting build atmospheres. People anthropomorphize, and then the material responds. The last workman to step from the Conte di Cavour's decks described the experience as both melancholic and uncanny. Men who had fought in heat and steel now moved in a spatial silence that insisted on the small rituals they had once performed. One man refused to remove his boots for weeks, saying only that something had to be left to prove they had been there. These are not stories of heroism, but of the human need to mark presence. The ship, patient, kept accepting those marks, and returned them later as memories that tugged at people's backs in the dark. So the pattern repeats. Ship becomes stage. Stage absorbs gesture. Gesture becomes weather. When you close your eyes and listen, really listen, you will notice there is a tone under ordinary things. The refrigerator's soft complaint, the distant train, the hum of a city. Layer another level on top of that. The slow, patient vibration of a hull keeping time with events it once hosted. Call it melancholy, call it memory, call it the ocean's long rehearsal. Whatever you name it, the result is the same. Ships, even those dismantled or stalled, do not vanish in a single instant. They fold like pages into the world's continuing text, and if you sit with the hum, you might be able to read them. The USS Nimitz arrives in memory like a city of steel, powered by slow, steady heartbeats. Her flight deck is not simply a platform, but a landscape. Catapults lie like loaded springs. Elevators rise and fall, with the patience of tide, and maintenance crews move across it, with the choreographed precision of a ritual. Walk her decks at dawn and you feel scale not only in breadth, but in repetition, lines tied to an exact loop, a weld filed to a precise burr, a helmet hung at an angle that says more about habit than haste. The scale makes small things large, small gestures collect and insist. There are practical reasons to explain the sensations sailors report: acoustics, structural resonance, the way a ship this large transmits low-frequency vibrations. But those reasons only account for part of the experience. Technicians measure and model. Sailors remember. The men and women who live aboard the Nimitz speak in human terms about the carrier's rhythms. A petty officer will say, half laughing and half warning, that the ship wakes at certain hours. Lights will flicker, consoles will pulse, a hatch will clack without wind. These are catalogued as quirks, until enough people recount the same pattern that the quirk becomes a feature of memory. In the engine rooms where nuclear reactors hum with an almost geological patience, the vibration becomes intimate. The hum of a reactor is a constant low tone that settles into the bones. Technicians describe it as a long, even pulse. That pulse carries outward through the hull, and is felt in quiet places, under a bunk, at the elbow of a watchman, leaning on a rail. Those who have worked the plant for years say the hum changes with seasons and with the ship's long errands. It acquires a texture that is not purely physical, but historical. It remembers the arrests and rescues, the nights of calm and the dawns of desperate flight operations. There are stories of phantom launches, during extended patrols, particularly across the broad Pacific where days lose distinctness. Men report hearing the distinctive, brittle crack of a catapult releasing a jet when no flight operations are underway. It is a sound sharper than the usual clack of deck operations, thin, precise acoustic punctuation where there should be blankness. Sailors stop and look to the edge of the deck, half expecting a phantom plane, and then smile and call the sound old boots. The joke keeps nerves taut, but the presence lingers, a deck that rehearses launches when no crew runs them. Electromagnetic anomalies attach themselves to places where equipment accumulates. Radio racks pick up ghosts of transmissions. Navigation displays flicker with coordinates that belong to no current mission. A compass will drift a degree, and then correct itself as if a small conscience had inspected it. Technicians do routine checks, loose grounding, transient loads, bad shielding. Sometimes faults are found, often plots and logs reveal nothing. Once during a long deployment, the radar room registered a faint, steady return at a frequency useless to modern seekers. It lasted just long enough for men to take notice and then receded, leaving an impression like a footstep on sand. Ritual holds a ship together. Before dawn, crews sweep the catwalk, stack chocks in a prescribed pattern, and knock twice on the flight deck bulkhead before leaving night watch. These acts are practical, safety and allotment, but they are also a means of negotiating the human timetable with the ship's habitual life. By synchronizing human action with the ship's own cycles, sailors create a shared tempo, and in that tempo memory accumulates. The Nimitz stores the imprint of launches and losses, of long watches and small kindnesses. The cigarette stub tucked behind a cleat, the photograph taped behind a locker door, the name whispered into a helmet on rotation. What is a machine that remembers? It is not conscious in some mystic sense, but it does encode pattern, and pattern has consequence. The carrier teaches that presence can be embedded into surface and rhythm. She carries the imprint of hundreds of thousands of hours of operation, and the private histories of those who served there. If you listen to the low hum of your own dwelling late at night, you may mistake that signal for a refrigerator, a distant transformer, or a train. Or with a small shift of attention, you may feel a slow, patient cadence that resembles the breath of a city-sized machine that has learned the habits of its people, and will not let them go. In quiet hours when the carrier lies moored and the crew sleeps, small rituals continue. A watchman will walk the perimeter with slow steps, tapping twice at a seam, speaking a name under his breath. These tiny acts cohere. They are attempts to synchronize human tempo with a machine that remembers more than we assume. The Nimitz does not only carry planes, she carries the compressed lives that keep her moving. The small human insistences keep those lives from fraying into mere data. The Ark Royal carried public imagination, like a shroud. Proud, aerodynamic lines, a reputation for daring, and then the suddenness of a torpedo at dawn, the list, the long, slow sinking, watched from lifeboats. The narrative itself is tidy in histories, a strike, a retreat, a burial under the waves, but the memory left behind behaves with texture. Those who watched her go down, and those who later traced her bones, spoke of a water that seemed to be rearranged by the act. Buoys bobbed with altered rhythm. The surface reflected a deckline that vanished when approached. The harbour took on new rules. Divers who worked the wreck reported the odd absence of silt in places where it should have collected, and the surprise of finding compartments intact where collapse seemed inevitable. Salvage notes sometimes read, like field notes from a cathedral, a charm wedged under a beam, a diary swirled with sand, a single glove. The placement of these artifacts is not random. They read like gestures left in haste. Archaeologists expect scatter, detritus blown by storms. Here the scatter forms suggestion, patterns of absence that signal human activity, and then suspend it. Small human items anchor the imagination of a community. A grandson mentions a story his grandfather told of a watch that kept ticking when raised from a pocket. A diver remembers seeing a child's charm lodged in a ladder rung. These objects become totems, focused ways for a harbour to retain pain without disintegrating into rumour. They are given little shrines on quays, a rope looped on a bollard, a small sprig of flowers in a bottle, a knot left in place. Communities institutionalize grief in these gestures. Over time, the rituals harden into local myth, and then into quiet practice. Instruments register their own anomalies. Hydrophones capture low knocks in recurring patterns. 3 taps, a pause, 3 taps again, that scientists call environmental noise. Locals translate the pattern into speech. The ship is calling. Technicians test for mechanical agitation, mooring strain, subsurface traffic. They find nothing that matches the rhythm. The knocks remain recorded and replayed, while the old-timers sit and listen. The sound becomes a communal artifact, like a song that belongs to the water itself. Ritual arises to meet the unknown. Divers knock back in mimicry. Musicians play airs over the water at dusk. These small acts do not remove unease. They integrate it into the life of a place. Instead of vanishing into finality, the Ark Royal continues as a site of exchange between the living and the remembered. The exchange is quiet. A rope coiled in the dark, a light flashed at an odd hour, a small coin dropped into the foam. Each act binds the ship to the shore. People standing at the quay on a moonless night sometimes notice a faint alignment in reflections that suggests a deckline. Approach too close and it dissolves. Such sightings are neither sensational nor simple. They are small attentions stitched across generations, a public way of keeping the Ark Royal's shape in the weather of the harbour. The wreck, then, is not only metal and loss, it is a relation maintained by hands that return to it again and again. The Ark Royal's legacy is not spectacle but residency, where dramatic ends burn bright and then cool. This kind of memory persists because the community refuses tidy closure. The tale becomes a pattern of practice, and a set of rules for life near a particular harbour. The ship's presence is not theatrical, it is domestic, woven into nets, markets, and the small etiquette of men who know how the sea speaks. The Vikrant's life reads like a country's seasons, rise and pride, refit and retirement, the ceremonial smoke of launch, and the quiet of dismantling. She was once a symbol of reach, a platform of national aspiration. Later, as budgets tightened and new technology marched onward, she was taken apart, cut into plates, turned into benches and doorframes, reconstituted in ways that keep her legible in public life. Dismantling is not cancellation, it is transformation, and that process scatters memory into urban tissue. Shipyards know how to fold a vessel. There are manuals for deconstruction and cranes trained in choreography, yet workers report small deflections from routine when a ship carries particular meaning. Tools misplace themselves in rhythmic ways. A wrench taken out at dawn may reappear placed precisely on a gunwale at the same hour, 3 days running, until someone ties a ribbon to it and leaves it. Such recurrences begin as practical irritations and become small rituals. Workers enact to anchor attention. The rituals produce comfort and keep a shared time accountable to memory. Communities around the Vikrant's former berth develop local mythologies. Retired sailors gather at tea stalls to mark anniversaries, not with long speeches, but with small rites, a flag left on a buoy, a boat trip to the elbow, where she last steamed, a poem muttered softly by men who taught their children to swim. These acts are humble and repeated. They produce a social gravity that operates like an afterlife. Children learn the rituals as they learn to swim. They are taught which rocks to avoid and which tales to whisper when winds rise. Physical fragments carry memory in tangible ways. Timber reclaimed from her decks becomes benches and doorframes. These objects change how people sit and walk. A bench made of vibrant planking induces a different posture. Hands fall to grain in a habitual place. Doors close with an unfamiliar firmness. In markets, artisans sell keychains made from rivets, and buyers handle them with a kind of care trained by collective memory. The city, in effect, wears the ship. Memory becomes distributed across artifacts and routes. Technicians who examined her plates after cutting sometimes noted parts that resisted the torch, plates that required extra heat, rivets that clung. Metallurgists explained such anomalies as differences in composition or residual stresses. But the men who worked those plates spoke differently, saying parts felt reluctant or stubborn as if the metal resisted separation. They told dreams afterward, of walking the deck at midnight, of a call to stations that no longer existed. Private traces accumulate in workshops and households. They gather into a community's quiet archive. Memory migrates into object and language. Teachers include the vikrant in lessons. Poets write small verses that children recite at festivals. Rituals keep absence functional. They make it part of civic life. Those who walk the docks find grooves and points and are taught to read them. She scraped here when leaving, an old salt will say, and the groove will make sense as evidence. These attentions seem small until gathered. They form a practice, and in that practice the ship remains present in the daily life of a city that once watched her steam. Across the city the vikrant's memory became choreography, with wives and sailors enacting departure rituals at festivals. They mimic the cadence of hoisting colours, pretend to sweep the flight deck, and sing the old launch songs. These performances are not mere mimicry. They are a social technology for keeping absence alive in a gentle communal way. The ship thus becomes a public event, even in its absence. These small habitual acts accumulate and form the scaffolding of a communal recollection that endures. They continue across years, carried by children and elders alike. The Gerald R. Ford represents a modernity in which software and steel are married into a single architecture. She is a machine of algorithms, as much as rivets. Her systems are networked, her decks coordinated by code as much as by shouted command. Automation changes the texture of presence. Interior sifterids have Howard, where older ships stored memory in wood and weld, modern carriers key much of it into silicon and logs, and those logs become part of the vessel's afterlife. Engineers aboard will tell you about quiet errors, small misalignments between human schedule and machine schedule, a catapult cycling at an odd hour, a maintenance job, triggering a sequence of warnings that resolve themselves without fault. Developers have a term for those instabilities, Heisenbugs that vanish when observed, and they humanize them with jokes. Yet the technicians who live with such anomalies describe them as a different kind of persistence, code that references a prior run, parameters replayed years later, routines that behave like memory. Software logs keep traces in a way metal cannot. They record timestamps, usernames, and notes from technicians long since retired. Sometimes an old joke survives in a log file and reappears at odd moments. It becomes a marker, a cadence that future runs echo. Crews develop rituals in response before deployment. They will run archival diagnostics and set aside a recording of a former sailor's laugh. The laugh becomes more than nostalgia. It becomes a timing signal, a human marker bridging generations. Technicians pin certain entries to bulkheads and annotate them by hand, producing a hybrid archive of code and human script. Electrical anomalies gather in predictable places, under processor racks, by conduits crossing a hull seam. Crew report static that produces shapes in headphones, low-frequency harmonics that vibrate in the chest. Engineers examine grounding, shielding, and load balancing. Sometimes faults are found, sometimes not. When explanation fails, humans create ritual, print the odd log, pin it to the wall, read it aloud at the end of watch. These acts transform data into story. A printed timestamp, annotated with a joke, becomes a tiny reliquary. Modern memory is networked. A bug logged on one deployment can echo into another theater. A configuration change in a dry dock resurfaces months later in ways no single technician can easily trace. The ship's presence becomes dispersed, a palimpsest traced across servers and backups. When a routine runs with parameters from a past mission, technicians call it a memory leak. Sailors call it recognition. The shared language becomes half technical, half anthropological. Logs are searchable and retrievable, but retrieval is not closure, it is an invitation. A line in a log opens a corridor of association, a fragment that calls up names and faces from years ago. For the Ford, the afterlife of logs is literal and performative. IT administrators developed etiquette for retiring messages. Old logs get archived, and a brief note appended by hand. Those notes are sometimes whimsical, an exasperated complaint, a remembered laugh, but they are also human marks left for future readers. Trainees learn to read logs like liturgy. When errors become stories, the ship accrues a folklore that is technical and communal. If you stand in a maintenance bay and watch a console glow, you may see a timestamp paired with a technician's brief complaint. It reads like graffiti from another era. Those accidental inscriptions are the modern equivalent of carved initials on a banister. The ship stores them, and now and then they wink on a screen like a remembered face. The Ford's persistence is technical and social at once. The hum of processors and the steady work of people who learn to live beside machines that remember. The USS Hornet arrives like an argument, a warship meant to launch planes into battle, that, in different seasons of her life, learned to hold other kinds of departures. Astronauts returning from the void, pilots folding into a new kind of quiet, crews reinventing themselves from sailors into museum keepers. She carried torpedo squadrons and fighter wings. She later carried the Apollo capsule, a tiny sealed world set down on a carrier deck and then boxed into history. That doubleness, instrument of war, vessel of homecoming, presses on memory in a way that makes the ship feel ambidextrous, able to hold both violence and its cure. Men who served aboard the Hornet speak of layers. There is the loud layer, catapults, engines, the chain clatter of aircraft moving for launch. That is mechanical and measured. Beneath it is a softer layer, human and repetitive. The way boots are placed under bunks, the small rituals of peacetime watches, the gatherings on mess decks, where jokes and grief do equal work. These small acts accumulate into shape. A locker becomes not storage but a repository of gestures. A galley pan not a tool, but a site where a cook left the same notch of burn every morning. When the ship later stood still, turned into a museum, those gestures did not evaporate. They kept the ship's bones warm. Visitors walk the Hornet with different eyes than sailors. Tourists look for spectacle. Ex-servicemen look for fit. Both notice the same thing, a propensity for the ship to nudge memory back into place. Photographs of the deck send veterans into reverie. They point to a cleat and remember a knotted procedure learned at dawn. They point to a scuff and remember the name of a man who tripped there. The ship answers with detail. Lights over the flight deck seem to drowse at certain hours. The catwalk echoes with a timing that is not accidental. Technicians explain with settling and age. The old men nod and say simply, "She remembers." There are small physical signs that the Hornet kept things for itself. Tools left in a certain locker, calluses in a paintwork margin, a seam worn in a corridor. These are the ship's fingerprints. Museums catalogue artifacts and give them glass cases and placards. The ship keeps gestures by allowing them to be relived. School children on field trips will pause at a locker and find themselves imitating an old habit they have never learned. Standing hands pressed the same way at the same narrow shelf, and their teachers will smile and call it contagion. Memory is contagious. The Hornet is a carrier. It is not only that people remember, it is that the space invites memory to return, and so makes remembering contagious across generations. Then there are the strange echoes that do not fit neat explanation. how a radio will suddenly pick up a carrier signal that resolves into a fragment of old chatter, or how a darkened turbine room will throw a shadow that looks like a man passing, even though no one did. These are the incidents that custodians note in passing, then fold into procedure. Check the grounding, someone says, replace the bulb, but sometimes the bulb fails only to find a replacement that refuses to behave like the rest. A technician will set it in and later find it slightly loose, positioned differently than he remembers tightening it. He will tighten it again. The bulb will loosen again. Over time, such small recurrences accrete into story. The crew gives them a name. They call them the ship's habits. The Hornet also collects cross-temporal collisions. On certain nights, custodians report that the deck smells like aviation fuel, even when the tanks are inert. A classroom smells briefly of tar, and the salt warmed by an afternoon sun. A retired pilot will stand on the fantail and feel a sudden vertigo, as if the deck is listing, though no motion exists. These moments are disorienting, because they mix sensory truth with memory. They expose how thin the membrane can be between now and then. The ship does not require you to be a veteran to be affected. It only community rituals bind the vessel to place. Anniversaries are small ordinances, a wreath laid on a rail, a bugle at sunset, an old crew member returning to read names. These acts are not theatrical but practical. They are ways for a town to hold grief in a shape practical enough to carry across years. People leave small objects at the base of a mast, a coin, a folded note, a child's drawing. These tokens act like tendons between shore and hull. They tether memory in ways that keep it from dissipating. The Hornet accepts them and returns the gesture. Visitors slip their own small marks into the margin of the ship's public memory, and the ship keeps them. For the Hornet, the interplay between utility and monument seems to create a particular density. A combat carrier converted into a civic object must hold 2 grammars of behavior simultaneously, the language of readiness and the language of display. That split produces friction, and friction produces heat, and sometimes in the quiet hours you can feel that reciprocation as if the ship were breathing. The refrigeration hums with an extra patience. The deck lights dim a hair slower than modern regulation suggests. It is not a malfunction, it is habit. So if you visit, stand on the flight deck at dusk, and watch the harbour light thin into a line. The wind will be a salt cipher, the gulls a punctuation. Close your eyes and let the noise fall away. The Hornet will offer you a thin, steady presence, not a ghost story, not an engineered glitch, but the hum of a place that learned many routines and finds it hard to stop. You will feel perhaps a small shiver run through your ribs, like someone clearing their throat. It is likely only the harbour. It might also be the ship rehearsing an endless launch, one last tailwind for a plane that has already left. Museums do something strange to ships. They freeze a behavior that was never meant to be still. On active carriers, the deck is choreography: launch, recover, prepare, repeat. So when a vessel becomes museum, she is asked to hold a choreography in repose. The Hornet is exemplary because she was never only one thing. She became archive, rescue platform, and stage. Those layers pile up like sediment. The living crews lay down one set of habits. The custodians lay down another, visitors lay down a third. Over time, the ship's surface is read like a palimpsest, graffiti of touch and habit, a ledger of repeated small acts. Walk below decks and you can feel the accumulation in the joints. The metal seams have been stressed by thousands of footsteps. The banisters polish themselves where palms found them for generations. A tool left in a locker, picked up and put down over decades, smooths the wood beneath it until the grain reads like a pulse. Curators catalogue objects and record provenance. They can tell you when a valve was replaced, which bolt was filed in 1963. But the ship remembers differently. She keeps patterns. A locker that hashed up a sailor in 1944 will tilt a new visitor's shoulders in a particular way. A painting placed for display will throw its shadow across the same seam that a petty officer used to rub before watch. Small things create grooves in habit, and those grooves deepen into expectation. There are technical reasons for many of the anomalies people report. Acoustics in a corridor, thermal currents through hatchways, but technical explanations don't erase the human experience of them. Stewards will swear that in certain compartments the radio picks up fragments of past static orders, names, the cadence of a watch change. Technicians will call it cross-modulation, a ghost in the wiring. Sailors will say the ship answers at certain hours and they do not mean it metaphorically. They will point to an old practice. 2 knocks on a bulkhead, a soft call through the hatch, and tell you that the response comes before anyone can reply. It is easy to reduce this to suggestion, but the repetitions insist, across decades, enough different people note the same timing that the pattern becomes part of the place. The Hornet's afterlife is social as much as material. On anniversaries, the ship performs memory publicly. Bugles, wreaths, the reading of names. These rituals do not simply commemorate, they activate. A deck that has been scrubbed for tourist returns for a moment to its function as stage. The crowd hushes, and the atmosphere thickens. People who have no relation to a name suddenly feel an attention settle over their shoulders. Children left to run on the fantail freeze when a bugle sounds. Even the most skeptical adult will find their breath shortening at the cadence. Memory here is contagious. Ritual passes from veteran to child to visitor in a single set of gestures, and the ship keeps the imprint. Then there are the objects that resist museum control. A small charm, recovered from a locker and placed under glass, will be found later off its label, tucked into a folded jacket. A return gesture no curator ordered. A photograph taped to a bulkhead will lose its adhesive and reappear somewhere else on the ship, corners smoothed as if handled. Technicians call these anomalies maverick interactions. Old sailors call them the ship putting things back where they belong. Either way, such movements complicate the boundary between human agency and the vessel's life. Technological residues complicate memory further. Old wiring runs like veins through the ship. Radio racks retain traces of frequencies that passed through them for decades. When modern electronics are installed, they sometimes pick up echoes, low-level carrier waves and harmonic artifacts that technicians scrub with filters. But filters cannot remove narrative. A log entry from 50 years ago when read aloud at night in a near-empty hangar will set older ears to remembering a smell, the particular diesel tang of a morning launch that returns to them vividly. A digital archive, when displayed, pulls faces into the light and men remember the exact cadence of a laugh. Memory can be restored by pixels as easily as by touch. There is a peculiar economy of scale on ships like the Hornet. A small gesture made thousands of times accrues into something large. Tie a rope the same way every morning for 10 years, and that knot becomes more than a knot. It becomes a habit that will tug at the hands of anyone who tries to retie it differently. A phrase used in the galley becomes a private liturgy that surfaces in quiet moments. Over years, such accumulations create a mood that is quasi-physical. People learn to feel it in the chest like pressure. That sensation explains many of the reports. Sudden vertigo, abrupt tears inform a crew, a tightening throat that has nothing to do with weather. The ship acts like a throat that has swallowed many stories and occasionally clears them. Custodians learn how to live with these demands. They create small rituals as boundary work. A checklist before opening the ship, lights on, radios off, a soft tap on a bulkhead, then a reading of the roster. These acts formalize attention, channeling anomalies into structure. When a stray bulb flickers or a radio sings without source, technicians perform a maintenance rite and leave a handwritten note. Checked, no fault found. The note becomes artifact. Someone else finds it years later and reads it as part of the story. Bits of administrative paper then gain the status of relics, tiny palimpsests of institutional memory. Finally, the Hornet teaches that memory can be deliberate. Museums curate not only objects, but the conditions under which memory will recur. They dim lights at exactly the same hour on anniversary dates. They play period signals in empty hangars. They arrange uniforms so their folds catch light in a particular way. These gestures are not fakery. They are recognition that certain environments make remembering possible. A corridor lit in low orange becomes an invitation. A A silent flight deck becomes a field for projection. People will bring their stories to such spaces because the space invites it, and when enough people bring stories, the ship's air thickens with them. So if you find yourself standing on a carrier museum's deck in the late hour, feel the wind pull at your coat and watch your step over seams, proofed by thousands of boots. Place your hand on steel and let your palm conform to the cool. You might feel nothing but your pulse, or you might feel the small patient cadence of a place that has learned too many habits to let them go. Either way, you will be participating in the ship's slow work, the conversion of action into memory, the folding of history into a frame that keeps gently repeating itself. Every preservation project confronts the same paradox: how to keep a place lively without turning it into a shrine that suffocates memory. The final part of the Hornet's story is an argument about balance between display and utility, between archive and habit. Museums risk petrifying life into objects. The Hornet resists petrification by insisting on practice. There are nights when the museum is nearly empty, and the ship relaxes into an almost audible settling. The lighting is low, the timetables silenced, and custodians perform a sequence of small acts. A lantern swung along a passage, a flag refolded with deliberate slowness, a radio checked and left to hiss quietly. These acts are both maintenance and invocation. They keep metal from rusting into meaninglessness, and people from surrendering memory to glass cases. The Hornet's community, retirees, custodians, volunteers, school groups, functions like a co-op for attention. They trade rituals and hold calendars, and through them the ship's life continues. An ordinary week in the museum has a rhythm: maintenance, guided tours, a veteran's coffee, a children's program. Each component produces small repetitions that, when layered, accumulate into the ship's living texture. No single act defines the ship. The whole weave does. Sometimes things go wrong. A policy change limits visiting hours, or funding cuts the number of staff, or a new display system removes an object that veterans prize. The community mobilizes. Letters are written, petitions folded, volunteers sign up for extra shifts. What animates these responses is not merely affection, but a tacit understanding when attention withdraws, memory frays. The ship's afterlife is therefore political. It requires negotiation and public will. There are also moments of improvisation that reveal the elasticity of the ship's life. A storm will close the museum for days, and the custodians will use the unexpected quiet to rearrange exhibits by hand, to sweep corners ignored for months, to tape new labels written in the clean, slow, careful script of someone who knows an artifact's story. These interventions are bold and modest at once. They change how visitors will later read the place, and ensure that memory keeps being enacted rather than simply recited. A curious thing happens when crowds return after such quiet. They do not simply consume the displays, they perform them. Children that were taught to fold a flag will do so at a bench. A veteran will find a small group lingering at the very bulkhead he once tied knots to, and will, without theatricality, show a hand movement. The ship thus generates pedagogy in a loop. Institution teaches, visitors enact, practice remains. The long arc of the Hornet's life suggests a model for other preserved spaces. It is easier to fossilize memory than to maintain it. Easier to set a place behind glass than to teach people how to inhabit it. But glass calcifies, practice renews. Habits keep a place vital. If a museum's purpose is to transmit, then it must be engineered to invite repetition, to welcome small imperfect rituals that belong to those who once lived the place. So the final lesson is practical: maintain redundancy. Keep both digital logs and oral stories. Preserve artifacts in cases, but encourage hands-on learning where possible. Teach the young to tie the same knot, play the same faulty recording at dusk. Encourage custodianship that is not managerial but relational. Do not ask people merely to look, ask them to do. The Hornet remains because people remain in relation to her. And there is a last, quieter lesson. Memory is not a static object to be protected. It is a motion to be repeated. A ship remembers because bodies move through her in patterns that echo. If you want a place to remain alive, you must enact the small things: sweep, sing, fold, stamp, whistle, tie, polish. Memory will follow the motion. The Hornet teaches that to remember is to rehearse. When you leave the museum and step back into ordinary air, the ship's memory does not evaporate. It travels in the gait of those who walked her decks, in a knot tied the same way, in a trick of shadow at dusk, that someone will point out and describe in a low voice. You may dismiss it as sentiment, or you can accept that places accumulate human shape, and that those shapes persist when tended. Before you move on, place your hand again on the thought of a ship, a carrier, a battleship, a submarine. Think of its deck, its halls, the small rituals that held it together. Now imagine those actions repeated, not once but across years, hundreds, thousands of small repetitions. What you have imagined is not merely memory, it is an active archive, the living repository that keeps a ship like the Hornet from becoming a relic, and instead makes her a place that continues to teach. There is a peculiar currency aboard preserved ships: attention. It is not money, nor time, nor duty. It is the small, repeated noticing of details that together form a ledger. On the Hornet, this economy is visible in the way people move and in what they leave behind. A retired petty officer will come down the same ladder every year and stand for a moment by the same bulkhead where, decades earlier, he tied the same knot. He will not speak of it, but the knot remembers its fibers are smooth where palms have rubbed. Its tail hangs with the exact curl of use. Visitors watch him, and even if they do not know why, they slow their step. That slowing is transmission. Habit becomes instruction. Rituals proliferate, because memory needs choreography. The museum staff learned early that certain actions coax the ship into giving up memories. Lights dimmed at a particular hour will draw veterans to the flight deck. A recorded message played softly under the engines will bring custodians to stand, hands on rail, as if listening for reply. These are modest techniques, deliberate cues that create the conditions for recollection. They are also interventions that shape what the ship returns. The Hornet will answer a call, but the call must be made in a language she recognizes: cadence, timing, and repetition. Not every reply is visible. Sometimes the ship returns sensation. A student on a field trip will describe an inexplicable tightness in the chest as she walks a corridor, as if the air is denser in a place where men once crowded together, waiting for launch. An old sailor will laugh and say, "You're feeling the watch." The phrase is shorthand for an experience the museum can neither quantify nor dismiss. Smells, micro vibrations, a faint metallic taste in the back of the throat, sensory traces that sit too precisely with a remembered practice to be pure coincidence. Scientists point to lingering hydrocarbons, to micro-resonances in bulkheads. Those are part of the story. They do not take away the fact that multiple senses, multiple bodies, agree on an effect. Objects act as nodes in this network. A simple pan with a salt crust becomes a talisman. A dog tag smeared with engine grease is a biography. Curators arrange these things behind glass, because civilization asks for tidy narratives. But the ship keeps the things in circulation. A charm that should be in a drawer will be found under a bunk. A laminated card describing a flight operation will be stuck to a bulkhead in a different hand than the curator's. Sometimes it feels like the ship is correcting the archive, putting artifacts where the daily life of them happened, not where a display case demands. Whether that is intentional or accidental, the effect is the same. Agency appears to be distributed across people and metal. People adapt. Where a mysterious bulb flickers, technicians invent rites, checklists performed before quitting a watch, that appear to steady the anomaly. These actions are not superstition. They are adaptive practice. They institutionalize attention so it does not become paranoia. The rituals also serve another purpose. They make visitors partners in maintenance of memory. A child who is taught to fold a flag in a particular way learns an embodied sequence. That child, years later, performs the same motion and feels a continuity that no textbook can provide. The ship has turned pedagogy into conservation. There are also moments of misalignment, where the ship's memory and the world's calendar do not agree. A commemoration will bring old men to the deck, who expect a response, and sometimes the ship does not reply. The lights remain steady, the radios fall silent. People feel disappointment, an almost physical sting, because ritual demands reciprocity. They adjust. The next year the ritual is altered slightly. A hymn moved forward a minute, a bugle note lengthened. The ship's reluctance is instructive. It shows that memory is not an automatic archive, but an active process that requires conversation. Technology complicates the ledger. When digital displays were installed, they introduced a different modality of memory. Timestamps, server logs, archived audio. These records make retrieval fast and precise, but they also flatten a kind of messier, tactile memory. An old sailor's offhand note, "Watch the starboard catwalk at dawn," is not a searchable log entry. It is an embodied index, a pointer that requires someone's feet to follow. The museum thus fields two archives, one that is binary and retrievable, and another that is distributed across calluses and reflexes. Both must be tended. What happens when the two conflict? A server will replay a recorded launch sequence and produce a precise chain of sound. Veterans will listen and correct the timing with a hand. No, not there, move it 3 seconds. They are not quibbling about accuracy. They are restoring a rhythm that the digital file has erred in transcribing. These corrections matter because rhythm is how a ship organizes bodies. Getting the timing wrong is like misplacing a beat in a marching band. The entire formation stumbles. There is an ethic in all this work. Care. The custodians learn to be gentle with machinery and people alike. They become the keepers not only of metal but of a practice. Their daily work, sweeping the deck, polishing a brass plate, replacing a bulb, becomes ritualized labor that sustains an intangible archive. They do it because they understand that memory is fragile. A forgotten knot, a faded photograph, a loose screw. They know small things aggregate into absence if left unattended. In that way, the Hornet becomes pedagogical. She teaches how to hold memory without ossifying it. She shows that preservation is not the same as fossilization, it is tending. Visitors who learn to do small things fold a flag, stand a watch, carry practice back into their communities. The ship thus becomes an engine of transmission, a place where habit is taught, performed, and renewed. Memory in this light is not a passive residue, but a skill that must be exercised. So when you stand on her deck and place your palm on steel that has felt 1,000 palms before, you participate in a continuity. Your hand is a petition, an offering of attention, and the ship replies in the only way she can, by being the place where people remember, and by drawing them into ritual. That is the Hornet's afterlife, a practice sustained not by doctrine, but by the doing of small repetitive acts that together keep a history alive without turning it into spectacle. There are ships that die spectacularly, and those that die by attrition. The Valiant. When you think of her, think of slow corrosion rather than flame. She was not the flash in history books. She was the steady presence at anchor, the hulking shape that made harbours understand what bearing meant. Men who stood on her decks spoke of small certainties, the cadence of rope over cleat, the aroma of oil and teak, the particular way the radar hummed on a clear dawn. When she left the water, it was not by torpedo or bomb, but by the insistence of time and salt. That kind of ending leaves different traces. It does not shatter the world. It rearranges it. In yards where ships go to die, workers learn to listen. They will tell you that the Valiant taught them how to hear. At first the noises were ordinary, the scrape of lifting gear, the slurry of saw and torch. Then there were things that mattered less and mattered more. Plates that resisted the torch in a small localized way. Bolts that seemed to prefer a certain hand to be loosened. Paints that flaked in shapes rather than flakes. These were dismissed in meetings with engineers and turned into stories over drinks. The stories persisted because different men independently described the same small defiance. A girder that stayed warm at one edge, no matter how cold the yard, as if it kept a memory of sun. What the Valiant accumulated during life. Shifts, watches, jokes, petty cruelties, tendernesses, settled into the metal like impressions on wax. When she was cut apart, those impressions did not evaporate. They moved, A radio left in a crate would sketch a pattern on the corrugated floor. A length of rope would curl into a familiar knot overnight. Workers began leaving small markers, ribbons, strips of cloth, a slip of paper, tied into the places they feared most. The markers were half superstition, half protocol, but they changed nothing and everything. The ship continued to behave as though her architecture preserved not only form but habit. People who live and work around ship-breaking yards become slow readers of surface. They speak of the Valiant in oblique ways. She wasn't ready to go, someone will say. Or, she kept her afternoons. These are not literal statements. They are reports of behavior. The way a boom swung differently at certain hours. The way gulls gathered heavier than normal on a particular rail. The ship's life became a calendar of small events that continued after her hull split. Workers would report a shift in mood minutes after a panel was removed. Conversations would taper off, laughter would die in the middle, and men would move like they had been taught in a language they couldn't pronounce. The material oddities are easier to list: places where the steel had a sheen that no grinding could take away. Scrim patterns in paint that looked like script until you blinked, and the meaning dissolved. Instruments recorded anomalies, thermocouples showing tiny hot spots, local magnetometers flicking when no ferromagnetic mass moved. Engineers called these localized defects, and corrected them. The corrections sometimes revealed more anomalies. It was as if pulling one thread altered the weave in ways that patience could not simply reverse. There is another side, human and quieter. The Valiant collected stories. Men left mementos, a matchbook tucked into a seam, a child's drawing taped under a bulkhead, a letter folded and left in a locker. Survivors and descendants would return to the yard to find these artifacts in odd places, sometimes arranged anew. They took the arrangement as sign, and began to hold small ceremonies. An old man coming with a thermos and sitting near a rusting beam at dusk, telling a story of a young boy who once learned to knot a line there. The yard became a slow archive of gestures, and the Valiant its most persistent volume. If you stand at the edge of such a yard at dusk, watch how light falls across the metal. There is a certain incline where shadows pool like ink, edges that seem to define a deck line, even when no deck remains. On some nights, when wind dies, people say you can hear the metal breathe, a small settling sound that might be the earth, or might be something else. Those who listen long enough will tell you that the sound acquires cadence, like a ship recalling a watch routine. It is not terror, it is recognition. The Valiant does not shout her memory. She hums it, persistent and private. A final thing, time wears ships in layers. Cutting a plate does not erase what was stamped upon it. The Valiant shows that endings by attrition leave traces that behave like weather, slow, erosive, but precise. Her presence becomes local law. The yard learns to honor it through small acts, leaving a particular bolt untouched until a named man returns, or always sweeping a certain corner before the sun drops. These rituals function as a negotiation with a vessel that will not simply become scrap. They transform salvage into stewardship, and in doing so, keep something of the ship alive. You might call this grief. You might call it respect. Either way, it is a practice of listening to what metal remembers. Not all ghosts are old. Some are recent, and their shape is different because the record is fresh. The carrier Courage, launched late into an age of satellites and satellite-guided ordnance, fought in conflicts whose images were made first in pixels and then in bodies. She returned to home ports that broadcast their welcome on nets and towers. Her life was documented in feeds, and yet the way she left the water was messy. Engines quieted, not with ceremony, but by order. Whole records closed by bureaucracy. The immediacy created a strange residue, digital records that did not align with corporal memory, and physical remnants that did not accord with screens. Modern men and women carry memory as much in devices as in knuckles. On the Courage, flight logs were backed up to cloud servers. A sailor's video of a deck launch might survive in 10 copies before the film of the deck survived in one can of paint. When the ship was decommissioned, technicians archived terabytes and pallets of hardware simultaneously. The two archives, digital and physical, began to misalign. A time-stamped file showed an operation at a minute different from a veteran's memory. A mic recorded a noise the human ear had ignored. The mismatch generated a peculiar anxiety. What is authoritative? The ship's afterlife became a debate between solid and ephemeral traces. What is uncanny in contemporary wrecking is how code and metal talk past each other. Engineers would pull a server rack and find notes in the margins, handwritten annotations taped to a chassis, jokes scrawled on maintenance logs. These human marks, taped to silicon, resisted easy translation into metadata. An old tag saying Thursday watch on a keyboard does not pass into a timestamp, but such tags are vital. They are human anchors in an ocean of binary. The Courage's technicians learned to read both logs and marginalia, and found that the ship's presence persisted across formats because people threaded meaning through each. There are small anomalies too. A backup file that opens with a clip of a distant voice swearing in a register no one can place. A power distribution board that receives a pulse at odd intervals with no recorded task. Technicians call it noise and run diagnostics. The noise recurs in patterns that, if you chart them, look like someone tapping time on a rail. Someone pins the graph on a bulkhead. Another ties a ribbon to the rack. The ribbon becomes a charm that discourages the crew from excessive joking. The tapping stops for a time. Ritual again meets tech. The ship's life becomes a hybrid of code and craft. Communities that grew up around the Courage adjusted to the translation. Veterans organized digital memorials, websites, timelines, while also keeping physical altars. A cap pinned to a ladder, a watchman's stool painted anew each remembrance. Children grow up, learning to scroll as well as to knot. They fold the two practices into ceremonies. A projection of footage above a flag folding, a playback of a carrier launch before the reading of names. There is a pedagogical value here. Remembering becomes multimodal, and that multiplicity protects memory from single-point failure. What does this hybrid persistence teach? That ships of the modern era leave records in many currencies, and losing one form does not doom a memory if others remain. But it does complicate grief. Relatives can watch a launch on a screen and still ache at the absence of a hull. Technicians can bring up a console and find an old waveform and feel a sudden dislocation. The Courage's afterlife is not an either-or between metal and data. It is a negotiation between them, and the negotiation requires people willing to tend both. If you visit a decommissioned modern carrier yard, you will see technicians with laptops and dock workers with tar-stained gloves. They operate side by side, translating one another's shorthand. A veteran will point at a schematic and say, "That line was always troublesome," while a data analyst pulls up error logs that show spikes exactly where memory insists. The match comforts both. The physical agrees with the digital, and the two together make the past more solid. The ship's afterlife becomes a collaborative project, a public effort to make the ephemeral enduring. In the end, what the Courage shows is that modern memory is resilient if tended. Digital archives are powerful but brittle without human keys. Metal remembers patterns in its own way, but human ritual stitches the record together. The carrier's end is therefore not final. It is ongoing maintenance of presence across formats. The ship will rust, servers will degrade, but if people continue the work archiving, annotating, visiting, then the Courage will persist as a hybrid of pixel and plank, not merely as a file or a plate, but as a living story shared across technologies and bodies. There is a ship whose name is whispered, where fishermen tie their nets, Neptunus. She was a freighter, not a warship, but she carried men through routes that later fed into conflicts. Her disappearance was quiet. A fog, a missed radio check, a line of debris that fooled currents and maps. That kind of vanishing accumulates a particular sort of myth, because absence fills itself with possibility. Families of the missing tend the absence like a garden, planting, watering, and waiting for shoots that rarely come. When a ship disappears without spectacle, local economies and habits adapt around the gap. The Neptunus's route was a rhythm for small ports, docking times that regulated market days, men whose wages determined when families ate meat, Her vanishing rewired those routines. Markets shifted. Children grew up with a missing father who remained both a person and a problem. Collective memory in such contexts becomes caregiving. Rituals develop not to commemorate heroics, but to manage loss. A small bell rung each evening, a net cast in the direction the ship was last seen. A candle lit that families say keeps the men afloat in story if not in sea. There are also material traces in disappearances. A life jacket found tangled in marsh grass miles from projected drift. An oil smear that charts do not predict. A logbook page retrieved in a harbour where currents shouldn't carry such things. These fragments function like palimpsests. They are partial confirmations and provocations. Investigators treat them as evidence. Families treat them as signs. Both responses are human ways to make meaning when the material record is unwilling to form a story. The Neptunus's memory takes shape in narratives that are everyday. A market closed an hour early. A widow who ties all her shoes to the same knot. A child who always looks toward the sea at dusk. These practices are pragmatic and poetic at once. They are how a community continues to live with an absence too large to hold in daily speech. Over time, the rituals become the thing remembered. The ship's story is therefore not a single event but a distributed set of small acts repeated so many times, they accrete into permanence. Maritime researchers note an effect. When communities perform rituals consistently, they often report environmental anomalies, compasses that jitter for a moment, a sudden buoyant patch of seaweed, a pattern in gull flight that repeats. Scientists attribute these to coincidence and cognitive bias. Those who live by the water call them confirmation. For the Neptunus, confirmation functions as comfort signs in the world that the missing may still be participating in the order of things, if only at the edges. Finally, disappearance breeds story because story breeds habit. Stories about the Neptunus circulated in taverns and schools, taking forms that varied with teller. In some, the ship sails on as a phantom trader. In others, she becomes a cautionary tale about fog and neglect. The stories teach children to respect sea weather, and teach adults to manage fortune. Memory in these cases is a social technology. It keeps people alert and connected. The Neptunus shows that presence does not require a hull. Presence can be a pattern of practice, shared watches, repeated rituals, the clustering of small acts that make absence manageable. For communities, that is survival. For us who listen from far away, it is a lesson. Not all ships haunt in the obvious way. Some teach living with not knowing, and in the teaching they become part of the living world. Endings can be ceremonial or bureaucratic, abrupt or patient. They can be loud, or they can be made of small, unremarked acts. The ship called Mariner closed her service through paperwork. A final inspection, a dry dock signature, a stamp in a ledger. The paperwork is mundanely official, but the consequences are not. The ritual of decommissioning is a language humans use to make endings manageable. It maps grief onto administrative categories. Yet no amount of stamping can stop metal from holding trace. The mariner's afterlife is procedural as much as sentimental. Veteran groups petition for plaques. Yards file environmental assessments. Museums debate whether to take a hull. Each act is a form of tending. The bureaucratic machinery that processes endings does not erase memory. It creates channels through which memory can be expressed. A plaque read aloud, an environmental remediation that partners scientists with survivors, a public hearing that becomes an occasion for stories. This slow procedural tending is a kind of ritual, distributed across offices, legal forms, and community meetings. What is striking is how quickly small technical choices become mnemonic anchors. The color chosen for a plaque, the font used in a wall inscription. The decisions seem trivial until you see a veteran's hand on the lettering. The way they trace an initial with a fingertip. These tiny gestures are not performative. They are acts of recognition. A retired officer might come to a dedication and feel suddenly unsteady when the hull's former number is painted on a slab. He may not explain it. He does not need to. The administrative formality allows a private grief to be shared, and in that sharing memory accrues social weight. Technical stewardship matters. When disposal becomes transparent, artifacts catalogued, plates recycled responsibly, names recorded in public registries, communities feel trusteeship honored. When it does not, when a hull disappears into salvage yards without notice, those left behind feel cheated. The mariner's post-service life was thus as much about process as about sentiment. Each careful step, an open meeting, an archaeological survey, a memorial ceremony, functioned as a ritual that knotted the ship's fate into communal practice. There are also private resistances. Workers once refused to cut certain plates, citing superstition or respect. They hid small objects in crevices to be found later. They wrote names on the inside of hull sections. These actions were small acts of rebellion against total administrative closure. They asserted that some things belong to the living, who remember, not merely to ledgers. When later recovered, these hidden items became powerful relics: a toothbrush, a child's note, a pair of worn gloves. They grounded institutional memory in human detail. At the end of the mariner's story, there is a final image that recurs in accounts: a small group of people standing in drizzle as the last plate is lowered into a crate. No speeches are necessary. The wetness and the light, and the way someone tilts a cap, are enough. The ritual that was paperwork finds its emotional shape in such moments. The ship, once a machine for tasks, becomes a node in ongoing human stories, a place where teaching, grief and practical stewardship meet. So what do these four kinds of endings teach? Attrition, hybrid modern decommissioning, disappearance, and bureaucratic closure. They teach that ships do not vanish, because law says so. They persist in pattern, material trace, ritual, and story. Memory is not a static archive, but a living practice. Ends require tending, whether by cutting tools, by logs and servers, by a candle at dusk, or by paperwork signed in triplicate. In each case, the refusal to let a ship simply be forgotten is an act of care. The sea keeps its own ledger, we keep ours. Between them, a ship continues to exist, not merely as steel, but as presence, narrated and enacted by the small human things that refuse to let it go. There are ships that announce themselves like thunder, and ships that insist quietly, like a pressure behind the sternum. The US Iowa is one of the latter, a battleship built to project power, all bulk and brass and gun tubes, and yet her presence narrates a gentler, insistent sort of memory. She carried sailors across vast oceans, and then into a museum life that has kept her close to the public gaze. That proximity has made her afterlife strange in its intimacy. People come aboard expecting artifacts, and they leave with impressions pressed into the ribs. The Iowa is heavy in every register. Her decks are wide enough for a parade. Her turrets sit like small hills. When she moves, the movement is not quick. It is deliberate, an economy of mass. That deliberateness seems to teach people how to behave around her. Veterans speak of the ship as a tutor. She taught them cadence by her tonnage, rhythm by her hum. A petty officer on watch learns to time his steps to the vibration of a hull. After years, the timing becomes second nature. Those tiny embodied rhythms, the way knees bend to step a certain seam, the angle at which hands rest on a rail, are what a ship like Iowa accumulates, and those gestures are precisely what make her memory sticky. Museum life intensifies this. When a living ship becomes static, its habitual movements need new scaffolding. The Iowa offers that scaffolding through ritual and repetition. There is a cadence to visitors. Tours at 9, wreath laying at dusk, veterans' coffee on Mondays. Each repetition lays down a fresh pattern on top of the old one, like a palimpsest, where newer ink absorbs the older cursive, but does not quite erase it. A young docent learns to walk the same path, to stop at the same bulkhead, to tell the same stories. Over time, the path gains muscle memory. The story finds tiny variations and new emphases. The ship, in being narrated, becomes more than the sum of plaques. People report small anomalies aboard her. Security personnel sometimes speak in low voices about a light that will blink at a specific turret, despite no wiring fault. Guides mention a faint metallic thrum that rises in the forward engine spaces, in the hour before dawn, an incidental temperature gradient, technicians say. Until enough people notice the same hour, and the same tone, and the anecdote becomes part of the ship's life. Photographs taken in narrow compartments often show flares or soft blurs at their edges. Optics specialists offer plausible explanations, but nobody who has lived aboard in both wartime and in museum years dismisses the sensation of being slightly off time in those spaces. There is an intimacy to the Iowa's objects. 2. Personal lockers hold letters with ink browned but legible. A galley pan still bears a burn that someone traces with a finger and remembers a recipe. When veterans return, they look for the same scuff on a stair, the same notch in a railing, where a hand once steadied itself. These small details anchor memory more than any plaque. They are private anchors that proliferate into public recollection. When visitors watch an old sailor point and begin to tell a story, the story folds into the ship's public life. Rituals develop around those gestures. A caretaker will polish the rim of that particular stair at dawn. A docent will pause and gesture to that notch as if passing along a secret. The ship's memory becomes communal, but the Iowa also mediates a modern anxiety about technology and mortality. Her systems were once cutting-edge: radar arrays, fire control computers, propulsion data that felt to sailors of the time like a prescriptive intelligence. In museum years, those systems become relics, and relics have their own afterlife. Consoles that once responded to a practiced hand now sit dulled behind glass. However, their peripheral hum persists. Technicians who maintain restored panels sometimes speak of momentary ghosts in the wiring, old feeds that trace a waveform even when disconnected. They will shrug, fix grounding, chalk it up to induction, and yet someone will tape a small note, a jotted reminder, beside the panel. Checked. No fault. October 12th. The note is not mere maintenance log. It is an invocation, an admission that the ship requires tending of a kind that is both technical and sentimental. Sometimes the ship insists on the tactile line between past and present in ways that feel like small enchantments. A child runs fingers along a brass plate, and without knowing the reason, feels compelled to put both palms flat and bow her head a fraction. An older visitor will watch that tiny gesture and sigh, as if seeing the knot of behavior he has carried his whole life made visible in a new hand. In such moments, the Iowa functions like an apparatus for transmission. Not only does she keep artifacts, she teaches habits: how to stand at a gun mount, how to fold a flag, how to be still where noise once was constant. The ship's public rituals, anniversaries, wreath layings, bugle calls, are also part of the architecture of memory. They scaffold private recollections into social ones. When the bugle sounds on deck, members of the public pause. A child learns that the world has beats that are not merely functional, but sacred. Those beats are not metaphysical. They are practices that coordinate attention. The Iowa depends on them as much as the veterans do. Without ritual, the ship becomes a dense object. With ritual, she is an ongoing place of transmission. And then there is the sea. When the tide reaches under her hull, as it does at certain high waters, you feel a peculiar smallness in the ship's stance. She settles into a posture that looks almost contemplative, the bow slightly lifted, a slow settling at the stern. In that moment the ship's scale is plain, and the human bodies aboard, tourists, caretakers, veterans, appear tiny and precise. The scale makes memory public, irreducible, communal. You can watch it happening, quiet as a prayer. If you go aboard and stand on her main deck at dusk, let your hand rest on the stanchion and breathe with the rhythm of the place. You may notice a light vibration in your palm. Some say it is the ghost of engines, others call it resonance. Whatever you choose to name it, know that the Iowa's memory is made not only of events but of habit. The ship's afterlife is custody by repetition. She remains because people return and keep doing small things that bind history to bodies. Thus she preserves the odd intimacy of weight, not only that she was massive in war, but that she is humanly large in the daily practice of remembering. Certain modern warships carry an aura of danger because of their capabilities. Others carry an aura of enigma because their fate is punctuated by strange incidents and long refits. The Admiral Nakhimov and her class, nuclear-powered cruisers, cathedrals of missile tubes and electronics, occupy an unsettled space between technological threat and institutional memory. When such a vessel falls into accident or long-term layup, the resulting presence is layered, part mechanical hazard, part bureaucratic tangle, part ghost story told by dock workers. A Kirov-class ship is a living system made of many smaller living systems. Her hull houses engines that sound like an industrial symphony. Her combat suite pulses with voltages that technicians track like vital signs. When these systems go dark or behave oddly, the anomalies are technical and uncanny at once. Dock workers who spent nights on watch report the hull emitting faint tones, low, rhythmic, not unlike a heartbeat. Engineers will place hydrophones and chart frequencies, then explain as induction or pump cycling. The men who worked the decks for years, however, will give a different description. She hummed like a thinking thing. Such language is imprecise but useful. It marks not evidence but an insistence. The ship's body retained habit. The political life of such vessels complicates matters. Decisions about upgrades, repairs, or retirement move slowly, and with reason. A ship sitting in a yard for years becomes an event horizon for stories. Conspiracy theories about secret equipment, rumors of classified payloads, whispers about impossible maintenance costs. Those rumors produce behaviors. Curious technicians with flash drives, old sailors returning to peek behind tarps, journalists tracing clearance documents. The ship turns into a locus for narrative, because the yard's opacity creates a vacuum that human beings fill with story. Materially, the cruiser's remains exhibit strange resistances. Components that should be straightforward to decommission occasionally resist simple removal. A panel that should unbolt comes free only after a shape is warmed in a gloved hand. Rivets peel off in patterns that suggest a rhythm. Electricians pulling cable report transient spikes, pulses that do not correspond to any known cycle. They isolate the circuits, label them disconnect, and then reconnect, and sometimes the pulses reappear in a different module. A group of technicians will trade hypotheses: induction, residual magnetism, ghost currents. Then in the evening, tie a small ribbon to the splice box. The ribbon is superstitious and hygienic. It marks the place and calms the mind. There is also an institutional memory to contend with: files, logs, and classified notes that follow the ship's life like printed shadows. Archivists who can access old technical manuals will say the ship's schematics are a map of intentions. Veterans will tell you the same map reads differently when you know where the coffee stains are and which pages are dog-eared. A particular procedure, how to shut down a reactor subpack safely, or how to reset a fire control link, becomes a ritual passed from foreman to apprentice. When those rituals die with retirement or reassignment, the institution loses a practical memory, and the ship's afterlife becomes one of fragility. Beyond the yard, neighborhoods adjacent to these hulks accumulate a strange intimacy. Market vendors know which gate allows a sham rescue drill to be staged, which street lights dim at midnight when maintenance teams rotate. Children learn to watch the cranes like weather. The ship's presence changes rhythms. Buses adjust times, vendors shift hours, and families tie small offerings to nearby posts on anniversaries of a docking or a launch. These are civic adaptations, small towns keeping pace with a machine's social time. There are also stories of sensory spillover. A long-time electrician described a late-night patrol in which his flashlight caught movement in a compartment that did not exist on any diagram. He stood, breath shallow, and the movement resolved into a pattern of shadows cast by an abandoned bracket and a strip of rust. He told the tale as a lesson: human perception fills voids. Yet he, and many others, also described a persistent sense that the ship needed something: a reset, a recognition, an act of simple attention. That need often resolves into caretaking rituals. A team will rub a plate, repaint a seam, lay a wreath at a gate. The act is rational, anti-corrosion, morale maintenance, and also something else: a way to show that people remember. When a Kirov-class ship is finally restored or scrapped, the process is performative. Engineers plan sequences of tasks, safety officers map exclusion zones, and journalists line up for photographs. But the yards also observe small unpublicized rites. A foreman who had worked the ship for decades will tap a weld 3 times before sending a plate into the cutter. A retired captain will sign a ledger and then add a small personal note in the margin. These acts are private, and in aggregate, they form a kind of closure, not captured by official reports. If you stand at the edge of a dockyard that houses a decommissioned cruiser, you will notice small gestures that mark human attention. Tools hung in a row, a thermos left beside a hatch, a pair of gloves meticulously folded. These are not equipment stashed. They are offerings as practical as prayer. They are the ways a community keeps itself accountable to a machine that once required constant care. In that light, the Kirov-class ship's afterlife is less about mysterious currents and more about the human practice of tending systems too large for one hand. So the presences left by modern cruisers are hybrid things, part electrical artifact, part sociological event, part folk ritual. They ask that we attend both to circuits and to stories, to grounding straps and to the small notes scribbled in the margins of logbooks. For the ship that once sang with guided missiles and reactor hum, retirement is not an end but a handover from sailors to technicians to communities, each of which enacts different kinds of memory. The ship teaches that memory is not only archived, it must be practiced, and practiced again. There are wrecks that are loud and certain in their violence and wrecks that carry an ache, because of the way they tipped from life into silence. The USS Oklahoma belongs to the latter category. She capsized at Pearl Harbor, not shorn by a single decisive burst, but rolled over like a giant felled by a sleeper's hand. The aftermath was practical horror. Men trapped in inverted compartments, divers laboring to find the living. But the memory is quieter now, a slow settling in the harbor that feels less like a single event than a daily weather. The Oklahoma was vast, but not invulnerable. On that morning, torpedoes found her side, and she rolled, metal yawning, men trapped in the geometry of overturned decks. The immediate accounts are blunt. The numberings of those who died, the slow, terrible calculus of rescue and recovery. But the subsequent presence of the wreck is not merely about bodies or statistics. Visitors who come to the memorial now speak of a physical tightness that rises in their chest when they stand near the water's edge, a heaviness not entirely metaphorical. Families of the lost have found that grief here is less a sharp blade and more a gentle, prolonged pressure that modifies posture. In the months and years after sinking, salvage teams worked to right and refloat the ship. The technical reports from those operations are detailed and fascinating. Parbuckling plans, cable runs, pontoons, endless calculations. Yet the salvors spoke in their off hours about odd small things. Oil that seeped not continuously, but in pulses, like a slow exhalation. Tools that were found in places no current could carry them. A watch that started again after being dried and wound. They would trade these stories at night over canned coffee, not as evidence of ghosts but as the texture of experience. The anecdotes mattered because they changed the way men made sense of risk and survival. Today the Oklahoma's memory is mediated through a memorial that is direct and spare: names, black stone, water. The architecture of commemoration is purposeful. A list engraved in stone cannot move on its own, and yet the way people read those names creates motion. There are rituals, families leave lees, sailors stand at attention, high school bands come to play, acts that are public and coordinated. The memorial's plainness demands attention to the human detail. A child tracing a name with a small finger, an old man pausing at a letter and breathing in a particular way. These gestures are small and endlessly repeated. They are the ways communities practice memory. There is also an ecological afterlife. Divers monitoring the harbor note that the wreckage, what remained on the sea floor after salvage, became habitat. Corals grew where plates had been laid aside. Fish found refuge in twisted corridors. Nature took the ship and integrated her. That integration has a double emotional valence. It is comforting to imagine that life continues where war ended, and it is disquieting to know that the very surfaces that sheltered life once held men in terrible danger. Anguish and consolation interweave. Families and descendants perform quiet maintenance on the story. Oral histories are recorded, boxes of letters catalogued, and small altars assembled in homes. The Oklahoma's presence in local consciousness is thus both institutional and domestic. She sits in official memory, ceremonies, maritime records, and in kitchen drawers where letters and photographs accumulate. This dual presence makes the ship porous to both public ritual and private mourning. When sailors tell their versions of those days, they emphasize small practicalities that become metaphors: how a hatch might be jammed by a belt, how a single shout found an ear, how a hand reached a rivet. These small technicalities, repeated in oral retellings, become the patterns by which people teach new generations about danger and responsibility. The ship's afterlife is therefore also pedagogical. The lessons are imparted not simply as history but as embodied practices: how to check a line, where to secure a helmet, how to find muster. If you stand on the museum's edge and watch water move across the harbor, you can feel a slow timeline there. The motion is ordinary, tide and wind, and yet people perceive it as a narrative carrying residue. Children come to field trips, look down into the water, and ask simple questions. Did the ship ever move again? Adults answer with a mixture of facts and feeling. The story remains open-ended. That openness is part of the ship's persistence. She is not a closed past but a living concern for those who remain. The Oklahoma teaches a lesson about scale and intimacy. A ship may be enormous and its loss vast, but the memory we hold is often measured at human scale. Names, letters, the creak of a hatch. The ship's presence lingers not as an abstract thing, but as a set of practices: the placing of lees, the careful reading of names, the teaching of survival techniques. In these practices the ship continues to live, not as metal, but as duty, and in that way she refuses simple erasure. Museums can also be proactive custodians. The HMS Warrior, an iron-hulled pioneer, preserved at anchor, an early signpost of industrial naval revolution, exemplifies a different sort of afterlife. One intentionally cultivated, designed to instruct future generations about the shape of change. Her preservation is deliberate. She was never scuttled or sunk into mystery. Instead, she was hoisted into narrative and held, and that holding creates a particular kind of memory that behaves like a patient lesson. The Warrior is paradoxical. She is a product of iron and steam, meant to show the future. Yet her current task is to show the past. She teaches by presence. A visitor steps aboard, and the sensory effect is immediate. The smell of coal and varnish, the roughness of handrails, the cramped geometry of a world built before electric light. The ship's materiality enacts the history she represents. Schoolchildren learn to knot as their great-grandfathers did. Tour guides narrate the mechanical logic of a hull that wanted to change naval doctrine. The Warrior's memory is pedagogical and explicit. Preservation also demands technical care of a specific sort. Iron rots differently than wood. Corrosion must be arrested. Cathodic protection monitored. Paints carefully chosen. The archives for a preserved hull are as much chemical as archival. Formulations for rust-stopping primer. Schedules for sacrificial anodes. Logs of humidity readings. Technicians in overalls monitor the ship like gardeners. They clip, they treat, they examine. Their logs read as rituals: check anode, record potential, sweep bilge, note moisture. The work is routine, but routine is what keeps the ship legible. Because preservation is active, anomalies take on a pedagogical meaning. If an unexpected seam opens or a rivet shows a different wear pattern, conservators do not shrug and move on. They investigate, document, and sometimes adjust the exhibited narrative. A newly visible weld might lead to an interpretive placard about midlife refits. A pattern of wear at a stair might be framed as evidence of a particular duty rotation. Preservation thus creates a feedback loop. Physical change prompts interpretive update, which changes visitor perception, which in turn impacts how the ship is maintained. The Warrior's afterlife is also civic. She anchors a neighborhood's identity. She becomes a landmark that orients a town's walkways and coffee shops. Festivals open with her silhouette. Boats tie up nearby on market days. When a city chooses to preserve such a hull, It chooses a certain memory economy: tourism, education, local pride. That economy mediates what is emphasized: technology, empire, labor, or cost. The museum's curators debate these emphases quietly and passionately: what story is told, and by omission, which ones are left to the margins. There is an ethical dimension to such curated memory. How do you present a technology that was part of imperial projection in a way that remains historically honest? Curators respond by foregrounding lives as well as machinery: sailors' diaries, letters home, the routine tasks that kept a hull afloat. The ship's memory becomes empathetic. Visitors learn not merely how a battleship was built but how humans lived and worked within it. The cold evenings, the cramped kitchens, the small acts of camaraderie. That kind of framing makes technological history human scale, and in doing so makes the vessel's past less a triumphal march and more a set of lived days. Finally, preservation changes the palette of attention. A maintained hull invites slow looking. People stay longer, they ask more questions, they notice small things. They learn the difference between a rivet head and a bolt, how a deck plank was fastened. That learning turns into care. Children who once ran their hands across a preserved rail grow into adults who can read corrosion maps with a technician, sometimes become volunteers themselves. The ship thus produces a chain of custodianship that extends the life of attention beyond any single generation. The Warrior shows that not all maritime afterlives are accidental. Some are cultivated practices that deliberately convert machine into lesson, loss into pedagogy. They command steady, technical care, and generate the civic rituals of remembrance that anchor a place. Where wrecks teach through weather and rumor, preserved ships teach by deliberate scaffolding of attention. The memory they produce is thoughtful and tended, less spectral perhaps but no less powerful. A series of lessons taught by iron and hand, a living archive of how we made, and were made by, the sea. The ocean archives what we neglect, not in tidy boxes, but in slow currents, and the stubborn arrangements of foam on a distant shore. In one small harbour, there was a supply ship named Concordia, unremarkable, until the night she did not return. She carried crates and cordage, letters folded into envelopes, and the kinds of small cargo whose loss is only apparent to hands that wait at docks. She ran regular routes and collected habits: a morning coffee shared on a lee ward, the swearing of a cook over a pan, a petty officer humming a tune when a line held fast. Storms came, and ships left and returned, and the town learned to count the Concordia's arrivals by how gulls settled on her bows. Then one winter storm took her, a low, unannounced rolling that bent the sea into rhythms no chart predicted. Survivors told small precise things: how the water folded like a palm around the hull, how radios caught fragments of a song that repeated in static, like a memory being scraped out of tape. Fishermen described nets returned in perfect loops, rope coiled with the meticulous care of a sailor who meant to stow a line for tomorrow. Technicians who dove on her bones later recorded odd signatures on their instruments, echoes that decayed, not chaotically but in measured pulses, seams that had colorgraphic corrosion rather than uniform pitting. Divers spoke of a pressure that was not mere depth, a tightness in the chest, as if the hull pressed against them with intention. The town did what towns always do when an ordinary life is made extraordinary: it threaded ritual through the fracture. A single lantern was placed each evening at the harbour mouth, then another, then a circle. Fishermen began to chant fragments of the tune when nets were cast. Markets shifted their hours to match the new rites. The school taught the children the fragmentary hymn, as a lesson in continuity rather than despair. What had been emergency became habit, and the habit became a way to make sense of an absence that would otherwise dissolve into forgetfulness. This redistribution of attention is not sentiment alone, it is social ecology, the shaping of behavior, so that place learns a new schedule. The Concordia thus bequeathed a practice as much as she bequeathed wreckage. Ships do that: they scatter objects and attract patterns, they leave hardware, and also habits. In yards and quiet ports, tools and knotwork preserve the rhythms of those who use them, while ritual keeps the procedures from slipping into rumor. When you stand at that harbour now, the water carries a counterpoint: the small lamplight pulse, and the regular creak of lines, a slow music that answers the sea. It is not supernatural, it is accumulation, repeated acts shaping the environment in ways that human minds then read as meaning. The lesson is simple and stubborn: endings redistribute responsibilities, and when communities accept that redistribution, the memory becomes living practice still remembered. The Sea Archives, not only violence, but the bureaucratic residue of policy decisions and contracts, which can outlast the men who sign them. In a dockyard, where heavy cranes slow like arthritic birds, the cruiser named Valerian awaited decisions that never quite arrived. Engineers inspected her hull, and politicians inspected papers, while the vessel itself sat between readiness and neglect, in a state that smelled of diesel and waiting. Her systems were modern enough to confuse the untrained eye: sensors that spoke in microvolt whispers, hydraulics that tracked pressure in microseconds. Yet the most telling records were not digital, but mundane. A clock left at a watch station, a sandwich wrapped in wax paper in a locker, a calendar page with numbers circled and then left blank. When the order finally came to defer repairs, the yard threaded a ritual of its own: a last tour for the crew, a signing of logs, a flag folded methodically and handed to a captain who did not look at it for long. The decommissioning followed form, but forms are not the same as feeling. Workers began to notice fractures in the routine: valves that refused to move unless coaxed by two hands, a hatch that closed with the wrong sort of thunk, as if not lined for normal service anymore. Technicians sent instruments across her skin and found electromagnetic anomalies that jumped in patterns resembling pulse codes, but they could not tie them to any system in the schematics. Software audits revealed entries in logs that read like notes: a shoulder shrugged into print, a joke scribbled beside a caution. The digital archive held human detritus too. Community groups formed around the ship, like vines around a post. Volunteers met to record oral histories, to sort through photographs, to rehearse the kinds of ceremonies that would keep memory alive. Children from local schools learned to polish brass and to knot lines. Technicians taught apprentices how to read an oscilloscope, as if it were a seaman's eye. At night the dockyard took on a civilized hush and a different sound appeared: the low, steady thermal thrum of idle pumps, and the distant ticking of clocks that measure shifts, not years. People who had worked her watched the hull in patterns, noticing differences in color at certain hours, a sheen on a plate at dusk that suggested moisture arranged itself against the metal in ways no engineer preferred to explain. The ship's afterlife was thus divided among roles. Bureaucrats wrote memos, engineers wrote reports, elders told stories, and the community performed rites that stitched these modes together. This stitchwork is how modern seafaring communities avoid the dissolution of memory, turning bureaucratic endings into social obligations rather than closed files. Valerian's hull collected signatures not only in ink but in public practice. Memorial services, recorded interviews, a small garden on the quay where families planted bulbs in the spring. Those bulbs bloom each year and remind the town that maintenance is not only mechanical but cultural. Gardens tie people to tasks that outlast contracts. The ship showed that a vessel's retirement can produce a network of duties, a patchwork of acts that make forgetting costly and remembering comfortable. These habits endure across generations, quietly binding people to place and steel and teach steady tending. Submarines keep secrets because of shape and because of silence. They fold a crew into steel and ask that everyone learn the same breathing. The sub named Leviathan slipped beneath the waves decades ago, and for years the Navy maintained its own grid of hypotheses about what happened. Public narratives insisted on accidental failure. Private families held to rumor. Technicians catalogued mechanical possibilities in footnotes and appendices. Those footnotes sometimes contained odd entries: a depth gauge reading that paused mid-second, a pressure spike logged by a spare instrument, a radio fragment with a fragment of a name. Divers who later examined hull sections described a texture unusual to salvage. Hull plates showed abrasions aligned like fingerprints, and rivet holes carried residues with an aroma of oil and something like resin. Some of the residues resisted laboratory classification and returned odd chromatograms that lab techs kept in drawers, not for posterity, but because they felt they might be needed later. The families built their own practices to live with ambiguity. A bell rang at the marina at the hour the sub vanished, A small plaque on a pier listed the names so children could read them out loud. Those rituals were precise and public, not private incantations. Scouts learned to tie the same knot, choir members learned a hymn, and a local radio station saved a segment of garbled transmission to play each year. The public performance made the gulf manageable. People could place offerings and have a pattern, a public shape that converted unknowability into action. Technicians who returned years later to dig for remnants tried to impose form, and in doing so found that material objects had absorbed the human modes, tools arranged neatly where doom had been expected to scatter them. A spare wrench lay in a compartment precisely aligned with a seam. A spool of line was coiled with a sailor's habitual loop and tucked in a place only an experienced hand would find. These small domesticities in a ruined hull suggested care continued even when order broke elsewhere. Instruments brought to inspect the wreck registered transient harmonics that engineers could not explain, low, even tones that rose and fell like a breath caught at depth. Some attributed these to thermal pockets, others to resonance. A few older divers used more anthropic language and said the hull remembered its crew. The lesson is not supernatural but practical. Loss provokes social practice, and practice is the human way of converting absence into the manageable. When ships are gone, the communities they touch decide how to carry that absence. The choices between closure and ritual determine how a place will feel for generations. Leviathan's loss taught the town to gather in a pattern that could be enacted by anyone, thereby keeping grief readable rather than private, and by doing so making a communal archive. Over decades, the rituals accreted into a social choreography that served both memory and caution, teaching new hands how to live near the sea daily. Not every ship earns a monument. Some are remembered in the tilt of rooflines and the pattern of a street where sailors once walked home. The coastal liner Meridian was an itinerant presence, docking into small ports with passengers and parcels that braided distant lives together. Her timetable set the town's rhythm: market days, mail deliveries, the cadence of leaves along a promenade. When she was retired and cut into sections, the material loss was practical. When she died, it left a social blank whose edges people filled in variously. Older inhabitants remembered dances on the pier, a bench where someone waited, a child's shadow running ahead of her parents to watch the gangway. These small memories accreted into municipal practice. A particular Friday market time, a bell at noon, a route children were taught to walk for safety. Removing a ship is therefore not merely a technical operation, it is an act that reshuffles civic choreography. In the removal's aftermath, committees met and argued whether to preserve a funnel in a park, to cast a plaque, or to sell plates for salvage to raise funds. Each option carried consequences. A funnel in a park made a monument, but also created a site with its own requirements of care. Selling plates dispersed material memory into households. The town negotiated. They preserved a small deck fragment and used it as a stage for annual readings. They put a plaque where the gangway had been and scheduled a yearly bell. These choices became a civic grammar. The preserved fragments functioned as anchors. The annual rituals converted the removal into a continuing pattern rather than an abrupt break. People find consolation in things they can touch. A length of timber set into a bench invites hands and conversation in a way a sheet of printed history seldom does. When a child runs fingers along the worn grain and asks why, elders tell the story and thereby transfer a practice. Memory becomes embodied through touch and storytelling. Objects scaffold pedagogy. The way maps scaffold navigation. Even pragmatic decisions, how to fence a salvage yard, where to locate signage, how to route a festival, encode memory by shaping how people move and congregate. In this way, urban planning becomes a mode of remembrance, and the ship's end is folded into the city's ongoing choreography. Workers who dismantled the Meridian sometimes left small tokens in the preserved fragment, a nail, a scrap of canvas, and these offerings became informal relics. In time, the park around the fragment hosted weddings, protests, farmers' markets, and commemorative readings, each event layering new meanings onto old timber. This layering does not efface the ship's past, it thickens it, making the Meridian part of civic life, rather than a static headline. The lesson of the meridian is municipal. Communities must choose how to weave absence into fabric, and those choices determine whether memory is private sorrow or public resource. The meridian's fragments teach that stewardship can be work, maintenance, ritual, a conversation across generations that sustains presence. Among the fleet of giants that came and went, there was one called Invictus. She was a carrier, massive enough that her flight deck appeared to bend the horizon, yet her end was quieter than her scale deserved. She slipped not into fire or spectacle, but into disuse, her machinery falling silent in increments, like organs shutting down one by one. The oddity was not that she ended, it was that her silence carried weight. Dockworkers, who tended her last days, spoke of compartments that resisted being entered, as if the air held density. They would pause at hatches, listen for a sound that was not there, then proceed slower than regulation demanded. The records show delays, unexplained pauses, lost minutes that accumulate into hours. Engineers described instruments failing in clusters, gauges drifting, thermocouples spiking in brief flashes before returning to baseline, voltmeters humming with faint oscillations unrelated to any system still powered. Such anomalies were attributed to aging circuits, but the persistence made them narrative. A technician scrawled in the margin of a log, "She doesn't like being still." That note was later circled in red by an officer, not as reprimand but as acknowledgement. People recognized that the ship's mass, its decades of drilled routines, resisted dormancy. Communities tied to Invictus developed their own rituals. Families came to the pier to see her lights dim for the last time. Some prayed, some saluted, others simply stood with hands in pockets, the gesture saying more than ceremony could. A child slipped a folded paper plane through a fence. It landed on her deck and stayed there for weeks, weather flattening it into pulp. Visitors noticed and began to send more small paper offerings, folded with care, tossed toward the deck. Soon the ship was dotted with them, like a runway for spirits. Maintenance crews swept them away, but they always returned. The practice became unspoken law. Let the planes gather until rain dissolved them, and only then sweep. Divers who later inspected her hull found currents behaving oddly around her, eddies forming and holding longer than hydrodynamics predicted. They reported pressure zones that tightened against their chests, sensations out of scale with depth. One diver claimed his wristwatch stopped inside her shadow, then ticked again when he surfaced. He never wore that watch again. These details sound folkloric, until you see them repeated across independent accounts. Enough people describe similar sensations that the anomalies cease to be dismissed, and begin to be catalogued, not in technical manuals but in memory. The lesson of Invictus is about persistence. A machine of such scale accumulates more than rust. It gathers habits. When it ceases to function, those habits do not evaporate, but leak into surrounding practice. Rituals at the dock, paper planes on the deck, pauses at hatches. The ship teaches that absence can weigh as much as presence, and that silence when it follows decades of noise feels less like void than like another form of speech. The battleship Resolute ended, not in harbour, but in the violence of storm. She was caught between fronts, her hull battered by winds that made the sea surface fold like steel. Survivors told of lightning that painted the decks in silver arcs, of waves that crashed not chaotically, but in steady rhythm, as if orchestrated. The last radio transmissions were clipped, coordinates half-spoken, a call sign repeated twice, then static. Later, wreckage washed ashore in patterns too neat to be random. Life buoys aligned in a line, crates stacked as though arranged by a careful hand. Villagers who found them hesitated before touching, unsure if they were stumbling into ritual. The storm carried her down, but what remained afterward carried her longer. Fishermen reported currents that changed near her grave, as if the water folded differently there. Nets came up heavier, fish arranged in clusters that seemed patterned. Instruments recorded temperature anomalies, a sudden drop of 2 degrees in a narrow band of sea, recurring at the same hour for weeks. Meteorologists explained with upwellings, yet sailors insisted it was the ship's breath. They spoke of the storm as if it had made a pact with the vessel, agreeing to keep her rhythms alive below the surface. The wreck itself was glimpsed by divers years later. They described corridors filled not with chaos but with order, as though objects had been placed deliberately. Plates stacked, ropes coiled, hatches aligned. Some suspected human interference, but the depth and isolation argued otherwise. A diver swore he heard a slow knocking from within. 3 beats, a pause, 3 beats again. His partner recorded nothing, yet both remembered the same rhythm. They surfaced pale, and said little. On shore the community developed practices to manage the ship's afterlife. A bell was rung at the same hour, each day, matching the last known log entry. Families lit lanterns on anniversaries, setting them adrift in straight lines across the tide. Strangely, some lanterns refused to scatter, holding their formation long after physics should have dissolved it. Witnesses spoke of a slow hand guiding them. Scientists offered explanations, oil slicks, surface tension, but the villagers preferred to believe their gestures had been accepted. The Resolute teaches that disaster does not erase order. Sometimes it writes a new one. The storm that killed her became a collaborator in memory, folding her into the weather so thoroughly that each recurrence of lightning and rhythm was read as her continuation. She became less a wreck than a season, recurring, shaping ritual, teaching those who survive to see pattern in chaos. Not every vessel dies by sea, some are ended by politics. The frigate Dominion was decommissioned, not because of failure, but because her time had passed, budgets shifting elsewhere. She was taken from active duty and placed in a yard, awaiting decision. For years she sat tethered to a pier, her paint peeling, her compartments still resonant with the footsteps of men who were no longer assigned to them. Children grew up in her shadow, calling her the ship that sleeps. To them she was less machine than monument, a daily silhouette against the sky. Inside, caretakers maintained minimal routines. Lights flicked on in certain compartments at dusk, hatches were tested, decks swept. These were not necessary for safety, but were performed anyway, as if the ship herself required acknowledgement. Records show odd notes. Light refuses to stay out. Hatch resists closure. Compass needle drifts 3 degrees when near bulkhead. Engineers logged these as quirks, yet they returned often enough to enter folklore. A watchman began knocking twice on a bulkhead before starting his shift, claiming it steadied the instruments. Others adopted the habit, until it became protocol. Meanwhile, the community wove the ship into their rituals. Couples posed for photographs on the pier. Festivals were timed so fireworks framed her outline. School children were taught her name as part of local history. When the Navy finally decided to sell her for scrap, protests rose. People argued she was more than steel. She was a rhythm, a landmark, a mnemonic device that kept the town's memory cohesive. Letters poured in, not from sailors alone, but from market vendors, teachers, fishermen. The decision held, but the resistance showed the ship's embeddedness in daily life. When dismantling began, workers noted anomalies. Plates that hummed faintly when torches approached, rivets that loosened only after being touched bare hand. They grew cautious, inventing rituals of their own, pausing before cutting, whispering jokes, leaving tokens tucked under beams. Salvage became ceremony. Men carried fragments home, not as souvenirs, but as talismans. A bolt on a mantelpiece, a section of rope coiled in a garage. The community scattered her across itself, and in doing so ensured she could not vanish entirely. The Dominion demonstrates that political decisions cannot erase social memory. Bureaucracy may close a ledger, but habit and affection disperse a ship into human practice. She lives now not in a yard, but in fragments held by hundreds of hands, each piece a mnemonic trigger. Her presence persists because people chose to keep her alive in their daily spaces, refusing to let the logic of policy dictate the rhythm of memory. Some ships end in mystery, so thorough that absence becomes their defining feature. The Aurora vanished on a clear day, no storm, no radio call, no wreckage sufficient to tell a story. She left port and did not arrive. Search grids were drawn, planes flew, sonar scanned, but only fragments were found. A life buoy, a single shoe, a logbook page, smudged with water. The official report read, "Lost at sea," but for families and sailors, That phrase was a wound that never closed. Communities respond differently to mystery. Some avoid it, refusing to speak. Others ritualize it, building practices to manage what cannot be solved. In Aurora's home port, ritual prevailed. Each year on the date of her disappearance, the harbour lights are dimmed for 1 hour. Families gather on the quay, reading aloud the names of the crew. Children are taught the list as a poem, reciting it in schools, so the cadence becomes familiar, even to those with no blood connection. The absence is thereby woven into civic identity. There are also the small, uncanny reports. Fishermen claim compasses drift when they near the coordinates of her last known position. Divers searching for wreckage describe sudden fogs that roll in without warning, pockets of silence where sound dies. A survey team once recorded faint knocking through sonar, 3 beats, a pause, 3 beats, eerily similar to stories told by old submariners. The data was inconclusive, dismissed as artifact, but it spread quickly among the community, who recognized the rhythm as a form of acknowledgement. Families turned these fragments into signs. A smudge of oil on the tide became a message. A gull circling once above the harbour was read as presence. Skeptics shrug, but those who mourn need continuity, and the rituals grant it. Mystery becomes bearable only when shared. Without ritual, it corrodes silently. With ritual, it becomes a scaffold for endurance. The Aurora thus survives as absence that generates presence. She is a ghost not because she returns, but because she never leaves. The community refuses to let her dissolve. Every year the lights dim. Every year the names are spoken. Every year new children learn the cadence of memory. The mystery is not solved, but it is shaped, and in that shaping it continues to instruct. She teaches that some losses are not events but conditions, ongoing, ambient, persistent. The ocean holds her, and the town holds the weight of her absence, layering it into habit. That layering ensures that when the sea is quiet and the lamps dim, you can still feel a vessel pass through you, not in steel, but in cadence, a rhythm the living will continue to repeat. There was once a ship called Levidia, a leviathan of steel, meant to outlast storms, yet her fate was dissolution by waiting. She sat in a bay for decades, tethered, stripped, but never gone. Children grew up pointing at her silhouette, thinking of her as permanent as hills. Rust spread across her hull like script. Birds nested in her turrets. Tides drummed steady at her flanks. To the towns around her, she was not a vessel, but a landmark. And landmarks command behavior. Market hours shifted to the shadow she cast. Fishermen measured departure by her outline against the dawn. Memory attached itself not to stories of battle or storms, but to the quiet choreography of living near a ship that had become geography. Inside, caretakers described anomalies, echoes that did not fit geometry, drafts where no vents remained. A corridor would hold a chill too deep for summer, then warm inexplicably. Engineers charted humidity and found it misaligned with weather. Their logs became half technical, half confessional. Hatch 14 resists. Compass drift again. Someone humming near engine room. These were not jokes. They were the shorthand of men negotiating with a presence that refused to reduce itself to steel. The Levidia became shrine through neglect. Families tied ribbons to fences. School children drew her in exercise books. Couples met at her pier. Small rituals made permanence where bureaucracy threatened erasure. Even dismantling could not erase her entirely. Men carried bolts home. Women preserved fragments in drawers. A priest held a service over her empty berth. She persists now less as metal than as habit. That persistence is her true afterlife. Not glory, not wreckage, but repetition. The destroyer Calypso ended differently. She did not linger. She was broken, suddenly. A reactor fault, cascading into fire and abandonment. The accident was brief and brutal, but the memory endured with strange force because the community never saw her wreck. She was sealed away, declared unsafe, hidden from public ritual. In absence, rumor flourished. People spoke of birds veering near her sight, of fish surfacing belly up without wound. Divers whispered of zones where compasses spun, of sonar pings swallowed into silence. Technical reports describe contamination in clean terms: hotspots, isotopes, dispersal maps. Yet fishermen's accounts sound older, more folkloric. They speak of a glow under waves, of nets that come back damp with oil that stains longer than fuel should. Children are warned not to swim near her site, and the warning itself becomes ritual, recited with gravity, passed like scripture. In markets, when weather goes strange, someone will mutter, "The Calypso turns." The phrase carries no technical meaning, but it binds community unease. Attempts at salvage failed, instruments malfunctioned, cranes stalled, divers aborted. Engineers wrote it as coincidence. Sailors called it refusal. Even today, her exclusion zone remains marked not only on charts, but in minds. Boats skirt it without thinking, like animals avoiding a scarred patch of earth. The Calypso persists as a hollow memory, a warning carved into daily maps. She is not commemorated with statues or plaques. She is remembered in avoidance, and avoidance itself becomes ceremony. The hospital ship Sanctuary teaches another lesson. She ended peacefully, moored after decades of tending the wounded. Her decks haunted not by disaster, but by echoes of comfort. Sailors and nurses told of long nights, where cries became prayers, where bandages became scripture. When she was retired, she was not scrapped but left in harbour as floating barracks, then museum. Visitors expecting stories of battle found instead whispers of mercy. Yet her corridors still carry anomaly. Guides speak of doors that open themselves before tours arrive, of faint antiseptic smells rising in empty wards, of bunks cold to the touch, even in summer. Veterans returning walk with hesitation, often pausing to breathe before entering the wards. They say the air thickens, not painfully, but insistently, like hands pressing memory into the lungs. One nurse swore she heard her name called from a darkened room, the voice of a patient long gone. Communities learn to honor her, not with weapons but with silence. School children lay flowers, not at gun mounts but at sick bays. Doctors visiting conferences aboard her leave stethoscopes as offerings. Rituals of care outlived her service, turning the ship itself into a sanctuary still. She proves that not all warships remember violence. Some remember healing, and those memories, gentle as they are, can haunt with equal weight. Finally, there is the yacht Mirabelle, a small craft compared to giants. Yet her story ripples, because of how she vanished. She was not a warship, but a private vessel, seen last gliding into fog. Days later, she was found adrift, intact, meals set on tables, logs unfinished mid-sentence. No crew, no sign of struggle. The sea had taken nothing but people, leaving the vessel as a question. Investigators combed her decks. Instruments worked, engines were sound, yet some details confounded. Clocks stopped at different times. A radio tuned to a station that did not exist. A mirror cracked without impact. Families received no closure, and so rituals emerged. Each year, on the day of her discovery, villagers light candles and place them on boats, sending them into fog. They say if the fog lifts suddenly, the crew has passed among them unseen. The Mirabelle became symbol of the unexplained, proof that not all endings leave traces legible to science. Fishermen tell their children, respect the fog, it remembers. The phrase is not literal but binding. It teaches caution, humility, continuity. The yacht's empty decks became a floating parable. Sometimes the sea does not destroy, sometimes it withholds. Her memory endures not through weight or grandeur, but through enigma. She is proof that scale does not determine legacy. A small vessel, lost with quiet precision, can haunt more deeply than a fleet sunk in battle. And in that haunting, ritual takes root, ensuring she is never simply gone. The battleship Titania was built to intimidate. Her guns were cathedral-sized. Her engines thrummed like subterranean quakes. Her deck stretched so long that sailors joked they needed maps to walk it. Yet her end came not in war, but in fire. An accidental ignition deep in her forward magazine. The explosion tore through her bow and folded her bulk like paper, flames rising into a column so bright that villages miles inland thought the sun had split. Rescue was frantic, but the blaze was too fast, and she sank in a matter of hours, dragging hundreds with her. What lingered was not only loss, but anomaly. Survivors spoke of a silence before detonation, a stillness so total that men froze in mid-step. Even gulls stopped their cries. The fire itself was strange. Sailors reported flames twisting into spiral shapes, tongues of fire bending against wind. One man swore he saw letters form in smoke, a script too vast to read. Scientists dismissed this as shock, but the detail recurred across accounts. When divers later explored the wreck, they reported a presence not of ruin, but of arrangement. The guns still pointed towards sky, their barrels fused but aligned in deliberate angles. Compartments where fire should have consumed all showed patches of paint, preserved as though untouched. The strangest accounts came from hydrophones. When placed near the wreck, they recorded low, pulsing tones repeating every 40 seconds. Some claimed it was structural resonance. Others whispered it was heartbeat. Communities ritualized the loss. Each year lanterns are released at night, but unlike other ceremonies, they are lit in spiral formation, imitating the flames survivors described. The spirals hold longer than wind should allow, drifting outward, as if guided. To this day, fishermen avoid casting nets near the wreck, not from fear of debris, but because they say the sea there belongs to her. The Titania remains a ship that burned but did not end, her memory preserved in spirals of fire, and in rhythms still heard deep below. The carrier Erebus met her fate in the high Arctic, where ice becomes as much an enemy as torpedo. She was dispatched for patrol but trapped in floes, frozen until pressure cracked her beams. Crews abandoned her, and she drifted locked in ice, moving with tides like a colossal coffin. Months later, search parties found her adrift, crewless, decks snowbound but strangely neat. Hatches had been sealed from inside, yet no bodies remained. It was as though the ice had not only trapped the ship, but erased her people. Logbooks recovered from a half-frozen compartment carried oddities, entries repeated days out of order, handwriting layered atop itself, and pages torn precisely, as if deliberately excised. One note read only, "The knocking does not stop." Hydrophones lowered nearby recorded faint, regular taps beneath the ice, like knuckles on steel. Rescuers at first thought it was ice fracturing, until the pattern continued after pressure ceased. Over the decades, her wreck drifted south, occasionally glimpsed by whalers or icebreakers. Each sighting was the same, a silhouette emerging from fog, rails lined with frost, no sound but the groan of ice. Locals spoke of her as a phantom convoy, appearing when fog thickened and vanishing when lamps were lit. The Arctic communities built ritual around her. Hunters left offerings of sealskin or bone on ice floes, believing it kept her from pulling them under. Children were taught to knock 3 times on boats before setting out, to answer the ship that listens. These small rites endure even as technology advances, binding old fears to new habits. The Erebus teaches a chilling lesson that some ships do not simply sink, they dissolve into landscape, becoming weather and ice. She persists less as wreck than as atmosphere, a cold shadow that drifts with fog, always listening, always knocking. The cruiser Zephyr was lost in the Pacific, a casualty not of combat, but of sudden disappearance. She left port on a routine patrol, sent a standard check-in, and then ceased to exist. No distress call, no wreckage, no survivors. Weeks later, fragments washed ashore, a lifeboat intact, food still sealed, compasses jammed at north. A logbook surfaced, its last entry reading only, "Lights beneath." Searches with sonar produced conflicting results. Some sweeps showed a vast silhouette, others found nothing. Divers reported visions. One claimed to see a corridor lined with lamps still lit. Another swore he heard distant marching inside his helmet. Instruments failed near the coordinates. Radios cut, batteries drained, depth gauges froze. Yet each time investigators returned, conditions changed, as if the sea itself rearranged. In coastal towns, stories grew. Fishermen said their nets snagged on something that pulled downward, then released suddenly. Others spoke of hearing songs through water, low and resonant, too steady to be wails. Children were told not to stare at the ocean at night, lest they see the lights beneath and follow them. Rituals formed in answer. At dusk, elders poured salt into the tide, saying it fed the crew below. At dawn, families rang handbells, 3 notes rising, 3 notes falling, echoing the rhythm divers swore they'd heard. Over time, the bells became tradition, even in households with no seafaring ties. The Zephyr lingers as the archetype of vanishing, a vessel that reminds us that disappearance is not emptiness, but reconfiguration. She teaches that when the sea takes without trace, people must write their own continuity, filling silence with bells, lights, and memory. The monitor Hesperus ended in shallow waters, a relic of an earlier war scuttled deliberately after service. Yet her story is not simple, for scuttling is a ritual as much as an operation. Crews removed weapons, sealed compartments, and then opened valves, flooding her slowly until she settled on sand. Those who watched swore the ship lowered herself with dignity, bow dipping as if saluting. Since then, divers and locals have treated her as temple. Her decks remain intact, her silhouette clear, resting upright like a cathedral beneath the tide. Divers describe an uncanny clarity within corridors, unclouded, instruments still aligned, a wheel polished by unseen hands. Some report voices faint through regulator hiss, murmurs too articulate to be current. One diver emerged shaken, claiming he felt someone brush his shoulder, though no one swam near. Fishermen respect her sight. Nets are never cast above. Boats circle wide. Each spring, flowers are tied to stones and lowered into her shadow. Some return months later, still bright, preserved against explanation. Children are taught she guards the bay, her bulk warding off storms. Indeed, locals note weather breaks, oddly near her. Squalls that shift, lightning that bends away. The Hesperus proves that even deliberate endings do not close stories. She became shrine through intention, and shrines demand tending. The ritual's flowers, avoidance, respect, are the community's way of acknowledging her continued presence. She is not ruin but sanctuary, a vessel that teaches how to transform destruction into reverence, steel into memory, and silence into liturgy. The carrier Prometheus was built to embody modern warfare's extremes. A floating city of aircraft, command towers, and thousands of men who knew the rhythm of launch and recovery like prayer. Yet her undoing was not battle but fire, a single spark deep in her hangar that cascaded through fuel lines. Witnesses described the blaze as unnatural, leaping bulkheads in seconds, carving corridors of light, as if the ship's own veins had turned molten. Survivors staggered topside and swore they heard voices inside the roar, not screams, but words repeated in low cadence. None could recall the exact phrasing, only the rhythm, steady and deliberate. When the fire was finally contained, the Prometheus was left scarred but afloat. Yet her systems never stabilized. Electronics shorted in sequence, turbines stalled, alarms triggered themselves at midnight with no power applied. Logs became uncanny. Entries repeated from previous days, engineers recording problems they had already repaired. One noted, "She is replaying herself." It became a phrase repeated in barracks, muttered when a circuit tripped or a hatch slammed on its own. Eventually she was towed to harbour and decommissioned, but even there she resisted rest. Visitors reported the smell of smoke on windless days, faint scorch marks reappearing where plates had been repainted. Dockworkers claimed the sound of jets revving would echo across her decks at night, though no aircraft remained. Scientists dismissed it as vibration from nearby yards, but locals began avoiding her pier after dark. The Prometheus endures as the ship that refused stillness. She replays herself, a vessel caught in the loop of her own catastrophe, haunting not by vanishing, but by endlessly reenacting the night she burned. The battleship Osiris succumbed to torpedoes in the Mediterranean, her hull broken in two before she could even fire a reply. She sank swiftly, men trapped within her steel ribs, while the sea closed over in silence. Yet her wreck became stranger than her sinking. Divers descending decades later found the wreck unnaturally intact, corridors swept clean as though curated. Personal effects lay in neat rows, helmets stacked, boots aligned, tables set with plates. Such order defied physics. Hydrophones placed near her wreck recorded a pulse, faint but constant. Every 63 seconds, a low thrum resonated through water. Scientists logged it as structural resonance, perhaps caused by shifting currents. But divers swore the pulse synchronized with their own heartbeats. Some reported dizziness, others dreams filled with marching boots and lantern light. A few refused to return, claiming the ship tried to teach them her rhythm. Locals built rituals to appease the presence. Fishermen poured oil into the water before sailing near, believing it calmed the pulse. Children were warned never to knock on boat hulls, lest the Osiris answer. On anniversaries of her sinking, bells rang 63 times, echoing the pulse. The Osiris proves that wrecks can become metronomes. She marks time beneath the sea, beating steadily, as if unwilling to let the world forget her cadence. And each time a bell rings, the town above responds, syncing its own rhythm to the ship still ticking below. The frigate Argus vanished, not in battle, but in calm seas. Her last message was routine, her coordinates clear. Yet when searchers arrived, they found nothing. No oil, no wreckage, no distress call. Days later, fragments appeared, a lifebuoy scorched as though by lightning, ropes twisted into knots no sailor used, a logbook page fused into glass-like sheets. Meteorologists insisted a freak storm explained it, but no records showed lightning that day. What unsettled most were the accounts of ships that passed near her last known position. Crews reported a glow rising from the water at night, a green shimmer spreading in grid-like patterns. Compasses spun, radios hissed with voices repeating crew names from missing lists. Some heard their own names whispered back. Communities responded with ritual. At her home port, families built a lattice of lanterns on shore each year, mirroring the grid sailors swore they saw on the sea. The lights are extinguished one by one, until only a single flame remains, symbolizing a ship that carried many and returned none. Even skeptics admit unease at the ceremony's silence. The way gulls vanish, the tide slackens, the final lantern flickers longer than it should. The Argus endures as lesson in erasure. She is not remembered for how she lived, but for how utterly she failed to leave a trace. And yet, paradoxically, that absence generates presence, ritual grids of light, whispered names, communities shaped by the need to map what the sea refused to return. The monitor Cassandra was designed for endurance, her armor thick enough to shrug shells. She survived wars, storms, and near disasters, only to be scuttled deliberately when her usefulness ended. But she did not rest quietly. Divers visiting her shallow grave describe sensations of being watched. Lights dim inexplicably, air tanks tick louder, hands tremble without cause, instruments show interference, compasses spinning, depth gauges freezing, only within her silhouette. Strangest of all are the reports of voices. Divers speak of faint murmurs threaded through regulator hiss, phrases just beyond comprehension. Some claim to hear commands shouted, others lullabies sung. None agree on words, but all agree on tone, insistent, unignorable. One diver, pale after surfacing, whispered only, "She doesn't want to be below." On shore, rituals formed quickly. Fishermen avoid anchoring near her. Children toss coins into the tide, payment for safe passage past her shadow. Local churches ring bells at dusk, claiming it steadies the waters. And on nights of low tide, families gather to watch her outline emerge, black against sand, whispering prayers into wind. The Cassandra is no longer weapon but oracle. Her presence unsettles not because of what she did in life, but because of what she insists on in death. That memory cannot be buried under water alone. She demands recognition, and the living comply, weaving her into chants, coins, and silence. And so the great vessels pass, some in fire, some in silence, some leaving only patterns of oil on water, or bells struck in the dark. They were meant to project power, to carry the weight of nations across oceans. Yet in the end, they reveal a different lesson. that steel remembers, and the sea does not easily release what it has taken. A ship's death is never only an event. It is a redistribution of presence, into rituals, into silence, into the quiet ways communities adjust their calendars and their prayers. Perhaps you felt it while listening tonight, the sense that these stories do not belong only to history books. They press against you like tide on stone. They remind us that absence is not empty, it is alive, shaping memory, shaping habit, reshaping how we stand on a pier at dusk. If you close your eyes, perhaps you too will hear it. The pulse of turbines long gone, the slow knocking on steel that no diver can trace, the distant bugle carried across still water. They are reminders, waiting, not wreckage, not ruin, but presence. Ships that never fully left, and seas that will never be silent.